All of the interaction. But before that happens, let me just say one or two things. This is the second ever Congress of Business. The first one, as many of you know, was last year. It's delivered by the Glasgow Chamber of Commerce in partnership with the Scottish Chambers of Commerce and the British Chambers of Commerce, and it acts to really connect businesses and the supporters of business all across the world on this issue of a transition towards a more sustainable economy, a more sustainable society, and of course, more sustainable business. And we'll focus a lot on that transition during the course of today. The principal partner of today's event is the University of Glasgow, and I want you to join with me in giving them a big thank you. So thank you very much to the University of Glasgow. We also have our presenting partners, the British Chambers of Commerce and the Scottish Chambers of Commerce, and you'll be hearing a little bit from them in a few minutes. I also want to thank SWG3, the space that we're here in, a magnificent space. And during the course of the day, you'll be exploring different corners of this space for different purposes, and it's excellent to be here. This space is a legacy of COP26 when it was used as the New York Times hub, and many global leaders were here in this space debating the future of the planet and what we need to do. We also want to thank Recycled Scotland and Space Solutions for the beautiful pre-loved furniture that we're using today. Do explore their exhibition, which is at the back of this room during the break. How to reuse furniture. Circularity in that part of the built environment is very important. Now, for those of you who haven't already seen them, the bathrooms are located on the other side of this wall here. There are male and female toilets there, and there's no fire alarm planned today. So if there is a fire alarm, please kindly make your way out of the building, back through the entrance area into East Vale Place, where you'll be guided into the Yardworks outdoor arena. That's the place to go. Now, this is the second Congress of Business, as I've said, and we're really looking forward to having a great day with you. One key imperative for business is the transition to a green and sustainable future. Without that, we don't have a habitable planet, as you know, and we need to take rapid and effective action. And you'll find today that much of the agenda is about the action that we need to take. This event is designed to stimulate not just local action in Glasgow, although that's very important, but also national and international collaboration amongst the Chambers of Commerce networks, but also for everybody else who's here. During today, we're at the beginning of Glasgow's first ever Climate Action Week. And COB is themed to be part of the Glasgow Climate Pacts that were agreed originally at COP. And you'll hear much more about that. Yesterday morning, a large event was hosted here with a big group of school children. 200 young people were here in the space talking about sustainable futures from their perspective and thinking about the role of business in transitioning to net zero. From tomorrow and for the rest of this week, we have the All Energy event at the Scottish Event Campus, which we're all looking forward to. The Tech Fest focused on sustainability is happening in the Glasgow City Innovation District for the rest of this week. And here today, we'll be focusing a lot on the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero and thinking particularly about circularity in the built environment. A series of debates and innovation showcases focusing on how business can lead the way here. We think of COB as a pace-setting event in between the COPs to keep the agenda of business engagement up as the intergovernmental community through the IPCC starts to generate global standards and global objectives on the whole thing. And we're really, really delighted that you're here. Now, before you hear the official welcome from our two principal guests, I want to get you involved immediately. So I'd like you to make sure that you're into the Wi-Fi network, which, as you know, is the free Wi-Fi network that's there. I'd like you to please go into Slido, if you would, and select COB24. You can see it all here. Actually, just before we start to do the live polls, let's look at the pre-event poll that many of you filled in. Thank you for doing that. So as you're getting into Slido on your mobile devices, let's have a look at the pre-event poll here. And I think I'm going to do that by clicking this. Here we are. So we asked you in the pre-event poll what best describes you. As you can see, 47.4% of you are a private sector employee. Just over 21% of you are entrepreneurs and business owners. And then you can see a large group of you are researchers. Many of you are involved in technology. Many of you, of course, are active as an educator or as a student. You're all very welcome here at COB, and we're delighted to have you here. We asked you the question, what do you think are the key areas where business can lead in tackling the climate emergency? Renewable energy, you came up with 63.2%. 42.1% of you said skills and education. Very interesting focus there. And many of you said clean utilities, a net zero built environment, and a strong focus on sustainable finance, many of which we'll be discussing during the course of the day. We also asked you, what's your main reason for coming to COB? Many of you, 58%, said it's something to do with new sources of finance, learning about sustainable finance and green finance. Many of you wanted to hear great speakers. We've got them. Understanding the role of business, absolutely. And informing your own climate strategies, which we really appreciate. So we're going to aim to hit your objectives. We asked you what 3 subjects you'd like to discuss and network with others about, and just before the break I'm going to explain to you how we're going to use the longish tea and coffee breaks and the long lunch break to facilitate some interaction and some networking between you. But you can see the themes here that you want to discuss. We'll be building some opportunities for you to get together with other people around those themes during the break times. And then lastly, we asked you what are the questions that you'd like to see asked on the day. You can see many questions here. A lot of them are about practical actions for business. They're to do with transport, they're to do with finance, to do with helping SMEs to grow in a sustainable way. Some very interesting questions about how do you start up a business to be net zero from the start, from the get-go. And what we're going to do with these questions is we're going to feed these in to each of the Q&A sessions when we've got the right speakers on the stage to try and answer them. So thank you very much for answering our pre-event poll. We really appreciate that. We're also going to do a post-event poll to engage you in some of these topics as well. Let's go back to Slido for a minute. And what I want to do now is just ask you to engage in 3 things before we hear from our first guests. So could we have poll number 1, please? We can have poll number 1 up on Slido. So, in 2021, Glasgow hosted the Congress of the Parties, the meeting of the Intergovernmental Committee on Climate Change. Overall, do you think it was worthwhile? Yes, maybe, no. Please vote now. Good to see the votes coming in. There's 51 of you have voted. I suggest we don't close any poll until we've got at least 100 votes. Then we'll believe it's representative. So, good to see the votes coming through. Thank you very much. Okay, 102 of you have voted, so 79% think yes, it was worthwhile, 18% say maybe, 4% say no. All views are welcome here, and we want people who are concerned or have other views from the mainstream to feel that they can express them. So do send your questions and your points through on Slido. Let's go and now build a word cloud for a moment. So if we could go to the word cloud. What do you think are the business opportunities that come from the climate emergency? What are the business opportunities? We want you to put your words in here. If you see a word that somebody else puts in that you like, you can amplify it and endorse it. And we'll get the idea that the climate emergency is, of course, a worldwide humanitarian challenge. But it's also an opportunity to innovate. It's an opportunity to do things differently. It's an opportunity to build different kinds of business models. What do you see as being the business opportunities that come from the climate emergency? Thank you very much. We can see the word innovation and collaboration there, circular economy, change, new markets, creativity, sustainable growth. You can read them as well as I can. Keep voting, please. Let's get another 10 or so contributions into all of this. We'd really love to be able to do that and to have you there. Thank you very much. Okay, well, let's close that one there, and we might come back to this again at the end of the day. But the focus on innovation, collaboration, transformation, circularity, resilience, productivity, problem solving, education, new markets, sustainable growth. Wonderful. Thank you very much for that. Let's go to poll number 2 then. This is our second poll of the morning. Which of the following do you think should be prioritized to show business leadership on climate change? Is it renewable energy, the built environment? Is it new food systems, sustainable finance, mobility? Where do you think are the areas where we need to show business leadership? Please vote now. We'll take, again, try to get up to about 100 votes. And then we'll pause it and see where we've got to. So all of the above is obviously the winner at the moment. I'm not sure if we had none of the above here, but certainly all of the above is doing well. Underneath that, renewable energy, skills and education coming through strongly, sustainable finance, new modes of consumption. Well, thank you very much. We're up to 116 votes there, so let's pause that there. So people broadly think that we've got to tackle all of these things, but underneath that, there's a strong focus on renewable energy, skills and education. Great. Thank you very much, and thank you for joining us for today. Let's get straight into the official opening welcomes. It's my pleasure to invite the President of the Glasgow Chamber of Commerce, Derek Provan, to address you. Derek, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg, and welcome everyone to today's COP24. As Greg has already highlighted, this is the second one since COP26. It's also part of the Glasgow Climate Week and All Energy tomorrow in the SEC. COP has been developed as part of our COP26 legacy to enable and to scale action-orientated building onto the various climate change pacts that we agreed back at COP26. Supporting our Chamber members within our network is our key focus, and we do that by pulling on the extensive networks that we have with the Scottish Chambers of Commerce and the British Chambers of Commerce, and with the support of the University of Glasgow as our principal partner. The 4 key themes of our work are strategic leadership, business engagement, international trade, and education legacy. And as a Chamber, we have been progressing on all of these points since COP, and today is the next stage in that journey for us. We do have a packed agenda today, and in that we're going to discuss business transition to a sustainable future, city leadership and urban investment, and innovation with sustainability at its core. And we're delighted to welcome top-class speakers across those key focus themes of the Glasgow Financial Alliance to Net Zero and to the built environment. Now, as governments, as regulators and as businesses, we now need to move beyond strategy and commitment alone. And we need to find ways that ensure that what we do today has a direct correlation with what happens tomorrow. And as Greg has pointed out, most of what we speak about today is about that action. But I'd like to just hark back a couple of thousand years to Aristotle, the great philosopher, who created the unstoppable force paradox. And in that he raised a question. And that question was, what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object? And today we're going to explore that question throughout the next 5 or 6 hours. Because today, for us, Mother Nature is that unstoppable force. And 2050, or 1.5 degrees, is that immovable object. So today's event, as Greg has already highlighted, is to engage businesses, to share good practice, and to build momentum between COPs. We understand that all of us are in different parts of the journey towards a sustainable future. But I hope that the speakers today and the workshops that you get an opportunity to take part in help you move to the next steps in that journey. So thank you, and I hope you have a fantastic day.
Derek, thank you very much, and thank you on behalf of all of us to the Glasgow Chamber of Commerce for really leading this and making it all possible. Our second keynote welcome will come from Sarah Howard, MBA. Sarah is the chair of the British Chambers of Commerce. Sarah, over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be here to support the Congress of Business and to speak alongside Derek. I'm proud to have led 3 delegations to COPs from across the Chamber network, here in Glasgow, to Sharm el-Sheikh and Dubai. These delegations and our drive to address the climate challenge would not be possible without the efforts of the team at Glasgow Chamber, Miranda Barker's team, and colleagues from across our international network, some of whom are here today from Abu Dhabi, as well as our member businesses committed to being part of shared solutions. For me, Glasgow COP26 was the kick-off for really strong engagement from the Global Chamber Network and the very necessary shift in focus and the connections within the network that we have seen since. The people I've met and the businesses they lead are truly inspiring, and as always, whenever I meet our members, I've learned so much to take back to the team and to talk to government and opposition about. I spent some time at the SEC at the weekend for a fantastic concert with the best band in the world as far as I'm concerned. And then I had a really good tour around their estate with Billy. The work they're doing there is fantastic and a major example of what Chamber members can achieve. As well as their ambitious and achievable net zero energy plan, the expansion and the upgrade to the SEC will further enhance economic benefit and jobs supported It's a really good example of how members are contributing to Glasgow, Scotland and the UK as a whole. Our members recognise the huge opportunities available through the green transition, but we must remain focused on ensuring businesses of all sizes can play a part. We in this room recognise this, but I fear we need to keep reminding everyone that this is the case. SMEs are the change makers. We don't just impact the UK economy, we are the UK economy. Making up 99.9% of all businesses, 6 million SMEs in the UK with a combined turnover of £2.18 trillion. That's 52% of the private sector's overall turnover. We are the innovators, the risk takers and the backbone of the circular economy. The Chamber Network has a crucial role to play in supporting our members, and Glasgow Chamber is the perfect example. Whether it's the strategic leadership offered, business engagement with key green initiatives like the Circular Glasgow Network, your outstanding skills programme, or your amazing trade missions with a climate-focused theme. We're already seeing the devastating impacts of climate change on our planet. There is no way to sit this out. It's a huge challenge, but at the same time, it's a massive opportunity for UK PLC. The US, the EU and China all know this. That's why they are investing hundreds of billions of dollars in sustainable and low carbon technology. We don't have that sort of cash, but the UK can remain competitive and sees a potential £1 trillion boost to our economy. The government is waking up. Plans to reform the planning system, which I'm hearing more and more is such a major blocker, speed up the grid connectivity and 960 million of funding for green industries are all very welcome, but recent policy changes have really muddied the waters. Labour have proposed their Green Prosperity Plan for Action, which, should they succeed, they will work very closely alongside businesses to initiate. We have great strengths. We've got renewable energy, green finance, engineering, professional services, cutting-edge R&D. We need to work with whoever forms the next government to put in place a framework that makes use of all the advantages the UK has to put us at the top table. This means providing certainty for businesses on the UK's net zero strategy to unlock investment, promote innovation and implement the changes we need. The BCC's Green Innovation Challenge report has outlined a series of proposals for policymakers to help accelerate the UK's transition to net zero. Among the many recommendations in the report are a new public body to oversee delivery of core climate policies, a strengthened resource for an independent climate change committee, a robust green industrial strategy from government, a permanent cross-sector approach to green jobs from policymakers, quicker government action on financing and transition to net zero through the tax system. Importantly, business sits at the heart of the solution. So in conclusion, my call to businesses in this room is keep engaging with Glasgow Chamber and our wider network on initiatives they lead and be a loud, insistent voice on the need for all businesses to address the climate challenge and ensure your businesses can be part of the solution. Keep innovating and driving change. Thank you and enjoy your day.
Derek and Sarah, thank you so much for kicking us off. I'm going to invite you to take your seats now back in the main floor. I'd like you to get your phones out again for 2 more polls, and then we're going to get into our first session, which is going to be all about green finance and about the business opportunities that come from resilience. Our next poll is a trick question. So what is GFANZ? Is it Glasgow Friends Around New Zealand? Is it Going Forwards and New Zeal? Or is it the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero? I could say please vote now, but I don't think that's necessary. Here we go. Let's try to get 100 of you. Just as a clue, yes, I'm glad to see there are a few Kiwis in the room. Good to see that. 9% think it's Glasgow Friends Around New Zealand, but 91 of you have voted. Let's just wait till we get to 100 and say, yes, ladies and gentlemen, you are right. It's the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero. And in a minute, James Close is going to tell us a little bit about that. Let's have poll number 4, please. So that's it. Yes, do you use green finance? Are you already using green finance? Yes, no, what is it? I'd like to. Please vote now. Okay, so we're over 100, and the biggest answer to the question is, what is it? The second biggest answer is, I'd like to. The third one is no, and the fourth one is yes. So something out there exists, but not that many people understand what it is or how to use it. And that is a perfect segue to introduce our first keynote speaker, who is James Close. James is the head of climate change for the NatWest Group. Please join me in welcoming to the stage James Close. Great to have you here with us, James. And you've got a microphone on.
Yes, yeah. I think I need to switch it on there, don't I?
I think you probably do. And the floor is yours.
Great, thank you very much.
And we're going to have some Q&A with you later on.
Brilliant,
Yeah.
Thank you. And it's really wonderful to be here at COP24. The last time I was here in Glasgow was, of course, COP26. And it is just a wonderful reminder of what an extraordinary city Glasgow is, and how massive a contribution it's making to this conversation, and the important transition that's going to happen ahead of us. I guess moving numbers from a 26 to a 24 might feel like we're going backwards, but I'm hopefully going to give you the sense of momentum that we have of moving forwards towards net zero, and a sense of inevitability around that, but also the possibility that it has for all of you. And as I was registering for this event, I went on to Eventbrite, I'm sure many of you did, and I rather curiously noted that there are 3 other similar events happening around the same time. The first one is Unlocking Your Brain's Potential, which I thought was quite exciting. The second one was a homeopathy conference on integrative medicine for a sustainable future, which again I thought was quite interesting. And the third is Planning for Net Zero and Beyond, organised by Clackmannanshire Council. So I thought hopefully we can set this up with a bit of brain stimulation, a focus on well-being, and some net zero planning as well. But I think we can't start discussing the trajectory post-COP26 without reflecting a little bit on some of the headwinds that should focus our mind to the challenges that we face. The piece of research that I'm sure many of you saw last week of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the scientists who lead the work on the expectations that there are around the future, suggested that 25% of the scientists who respond, only 25% believe that we are a 2-degree future is still within a sight, which implies that 75% believe we'll end up at more than 2 degrees. And that really is not a position that we want to be in. I think that should all galvanise our action, and it's seen a pretty swift deterioration, really, from a similar group of scientists who were polled and were much more optimistic about the future. I think also we do need to be honest about the policy environment in which we're operating. It's not as conducive as it could be, and the Climate Change Committee, which was until very recently run by Chris Stark, a resident of Glasgow and a proud Glaswegian, that the Climate Change Committee said that while the policy framework has continued to develop over the past years, this is not happening at the required pace for future targets. There remains a lack of urgency over the 2019 targets, and pace should be prioritised over perfection. And I think that, again, is a very important message for all of us, that we need to move this as quickly as possible, and we will make some mistakes, but that's going to be okay. And I think the third part of the headwinds is that we are seeing the last vestiges of a carbon-intensive economy kicking back against this transition and creating challenges, I think, for all of us as they trying to undermine the transition. But against these headwinds, we can make good progress if we trim our sails accordingly, and steer a consistent course. And that's what I really want to give you a sense of in the next few minutes, that the market and the technology that's driving this change is, a bit like Aristotle, an unstoppable force. Secondly, that the regulation and policy that comes from GFANZ operating at a global level and the Transition Planning Task Force at a more national level is driving change in a really positive way as well. And then the third thing I want to talk about is the real economy transition and the circular economy, and end up with a few thoughts on what that might mean for all of you. So as we think about this exponential shift, I'm drawn to the work that Michael Liebreich did on what he calls the 5 superheroes of the transition. And the first being this just extraordinary pace around which we're seeing solar and renewables being deployed and the price coming down, along with battery technology as well. And it never fails to amaze me, really, when you look at the statistics around that. So 1975, per watt of solar cost you $106. In 2022, it now costs you 13 cents per watt. That's 820 times reduction. In 2004, there was 8 gigawatts of wind installed, and there's now 110 gigawatts installed. And the price of wind has gone down from 12 cents a kilowatt hour 20 years ago to 2 cents a kilowatt hour onshore and 5 cents a kilowatt hour offshore. And in 2004, 1% of power generated was from solar and wind. In 2014, it had tripled to 3%, and in 2024, it's now 15%. And this is the fundamental shift that we're seeing from an OPEX-driven fossil fuel system to a much more capital-intensive, marginal cost renewable system. And I think for all of that, that should be tremendously exciting, particularly as it's underpinned by extraordinary new technologies around storage. So in 2015, there were 30 gigawatts of lithium batteries capacity production, and now there's 1 terawatt. And the cell costs have reduced from $1,000 per kilowatt hour to $72 a kilowatt hour. And the energy density has also doubled, and the degradation's halved. This, taken together with the COP28 target to transition away from fossil fuels, again, a really extraordinary development from the superb progress that was made in Glasgow, to tripling renewables and doubling energy efficiency, gives us a signal of how much more change there's going to be in the future. And that, I think, means that the way in which we operate as businesses is going to change fundamentally as well. We're also seeing big shifts in policy and regulation. The Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, which was set up at COP26, has been doing some really extraordinary work, and I'm very privileged to be a steering group member with my chief executive as one of the principals for the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero. And it's really driving change in the financial system and getting much greater alignment between asset owners and fund managers and the banks and the real economy. And we're seeing this in what was launched at COP28, the Industrial Transition Accelerator, to accelerate the shifts in particularly hard-to-abate sectors, and much more to come through GFANZ as it emphasises the importance of setting a policy framework that's conducive to delivering 2050 net zero targets and the interim targets to which nearly all of those signatories to GFANZ have signed up. In the UK, Rishi Sunak, when he was Chancellor, announced the Transition Plan Task Force at COP28, and this has been a quite incredible collaboration between the public sector, the private sector and NGOs. And the materials that were produced recently to provide transition planning guidance is just outstanding and really worth immersing yourself in through some great detail on how to engage in the transition. And that's also linking now to the Transition Finance Market Review that's been taken by Vanessa Harvard-Williams, and that's to look at how we create standardization around transition finance so that we can ensure that the transition finance gets to the real economy where it needs to be deployed for this capital-intensive shift. And the third thing I want to talk about is the real economy and the features of the real economy, and particularly the material-intensive nature of the transition. Now, I've talked a bit about lithium and lithium batteries and the huge demand that's going to go for lithium, but also for copper and other materials. And we really have to change our relationship with materials that we consume. At the moment, we've actually reduced the amount of recycling that we have, according to a report by Circle Economy, from 9.1% in 2019 to 7.2% in 2023. The circular economy has such an important role to play to enable that to happen. And BCG, the consulting group, have suggested that there's a $4.5 trillion opportunity by 2030 in promoting the circular economy. And many organizations are really starting to rethink business models to make them much less material intensive and to reuse and recycle much more efficiently. The second aspect of the real economy, I think, is the just transition. You know, we sit here very close to Grangemouth, and it's a place that needs to transform from the fossil fuel intensive refinery that it is to what it can be in the future. But we've got to do that in a managed, just and progressive way. And I think that is fundamental to the way in which we go about this transition. And the third area that really is gaining extraordinary traction is the attention to nature. I think we've really taken for granted our relationship with the natural world, and the really rather brilliant report from the Green Finance Institute that was published a couple of weeks ago suggested that our damage to the natural environment could have up to a 12% impact on GDP in the UK. And we need to focus on a transition to a system that values and invests in natural capital. So what does that mean for all of us as we sit together, and particularly those of you who are running small businesses? Well, the first thing I think is how do we get ready for a transition that is going to be extremely capital intensive, swapping burning carbon for using electrons and electrifying everything. Have you, as businesses, got access to the capital that you need? And also, are you able to be part of the supply chain transition that's going to function as a whole economy shift? And what we're seeing in our relationships with our big customers and our smaller customers is that we can take risk out of the supply chain if we enable an alignment between the larger customers and their suppliers, focusing on measuring their emissions and reducing them. And from our point of view, that makes those smaller and medium-sized enterprises more creditworthy and then enables us to lend at lower costs of capital through senior debt to those customers so that they can transition and make the investments that are required. And I think it's really important to have a baseline that sets that position for all of you. We have Carbon Planner, which is our carbon measurement tool that's available not just for our customers, but for anybody, but other carbon measurement technologies are available. But I would encourage people to start thinking about their current baseline of carbon emissions and what they can reduce it. And then I think the next thing is to make sure you have a plan. And the plan can sit through the climate transition plan and the work the transition plan task force has done. But it also needs to think about adaptation as well, because as we see temperatures increasing, we're going to see greater flood risk, more storms, and businesses need to make sure that they're investing in adaptation as well as making sure that they're resilient for this future net zero economy that we're going to create. And then I think the final point I would make is that we all need to think about our business model. What business model is going to be fit for purpose? What kind of circular economy approaches can you embed in your business? And how can you make that a means of managing materials and consumption for maximum productivity and efficiency? And I think taken together, that plan for the transition with all the actors coming together in the real economy sets a superb direction of travel, not just for the UK and for Scotland, but also Glasgow as well. And I think if we engage on that with consistency and thoughtfulness, we can really make a big difference on the transition that builds on the legacy of COP26 and makes COP24 another great event on this net zero journey. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, James. Thank you very much, James. There's so much in what you said, including beginning with the pessimism of the scientists at the moment. But you argued that even though that the carbon economy is kicking back, actually there are reasons to be optimistic and to sustain the momentum. You talked about the 5 superpowers of the transition, and you talked about 3 important implications for business, focusing on electrification, focusing on the supply chain transition, and evolving business models to really make them work. And there's so much in that. James is going to take questions with Emma, who's our next speaker, after her contribution. And there's already lots of questions coming in here for you, including what is green finance? So there's a lot of questions here. Let's go to our next speaker, who is joining us remotely. And it's a great pleasure to welcome Emma Howard-Boyd, CBE, who is the chair of the Green Finance Institute, the chair of the London Resilience Review, which we'll see a little bit about in a minute. And she's also chair of Client Earth. Emma, welcome and good morning. You're in Glasgow with about 350 people looking at you.
Good morning, Glasgow. Great to be here in a remote virtual way.
It's lovely to see you, Emma. We're going to firstly see an excerpt of a recent interview with you on the BBC, where you presented the London Climate Resilience Review, and then we're going to have a conversation with you about that, and then you and James are going to share a Q&A together, if that's okay. So could we first see the BBC film, please?
Now, a new report has found that rising sea levels, flooding, heat waves and drought are just some of the potentially lethal risks identified in a study into how resilient London is against climate change. Overall, the review commissioned by Mayor Sadiq Khan found the capital is underprepared for the impact of our changing climate. As our correspondent Carl Mercer reports, it's something that we've already experienced relatively recently.
Tonight on BBC London, a month's worth of rain falls in London in just one day.
These are the moments filmed from a mobile phone when houses in Wennington go up in flames.
Tonight on BBC London, heavy rain battered the capital overnight, causing flooding and disruption and sinking a party boat on the Thames.
The last couple of years have seen climate change in all its forms in London. Floods hit in the summer of 21. Some areas getting twice the July rainfall in just 2 hours. Today, some potential solutions from the former head of the Environment Agency, tasked by City Hall to come up with a plan.
Every year, something like 160,000 holes are dug across London, and some of those holes could be made spongier, rain gardens, also planted up with trees that could provide shade, which will be important for some of the extreme heat that we are experiencing.
A year after the floods came the drought and fires, as temperatures in London hit an all-time high, peaking at more than 40 degrees, with 387 heat-related deaths.
For the London Fire Brigade, the days that we also experienced wildfires, the busiest days they'd experienced since World War II. This is having a severe impact on the resources to keep London safe.
The report says London needs a new reservoir. Without it, it says drought could cost the capital £500 million a day. And work will need to be done on the Thames too, a new barrier by 2070, and improvements along the river, with levels set to rise by more than a metre by the end of the century.
The embankments this side of the barrier need to be raised by 2050. That's 15 years ahead of what was previously thought. Some over 100 kilometres worth of embankments, and only 7% of that is ready today.
The report describes what it calls a lethal risk to vulnerable Londoners and calls for urgent action.
We're underprepared, but we still have time if we act with pace and start delivering on the reasonable steps that we can take to get prepared.
Carl Mercer, BBC London.
Emma, thank you very much indeed. We've watched the BBC film. Hopefully we've still got Emma there. I can't see her on the screen. If we could bring her back, that would be good. I want to check that. Emma, you're back with us. We've watched the film.
Paul, I can hear you loud and clear.
Great. And I suppose the first question is, what do you see as being the importance of the London Climate Resilience Review? And is it just about London, or does it also apply to other British cities?
The London Climate Resilience Review, and I'll be publishing the final report at the beginning of next month, is critical not just for London, but other cities around the world. And I certainly looked at Glasgow as one of the other cities that has done a lot of work in this area. Why I was keen to show the footage from BBC London was that that was the coldest day of January this year in London. The journalists I spoke to didn't question for a minute why I was talking about the full range of climate impacts, including extreme heat. Every day since that interim report was launched, we have seen a major event take place around the world. So some of the things that we are recommending, not just for the Mayor of London, the businesses across London, but also national government, are relevant to cities, not just in the UK, but also around the world. And it is at that city level that we have a massive opportunity to understand what others are doing in this area, so that we can move at pace alongside all of the work that we need to do to reduce our emissions that James and others already this morning have so eloquently touched on. Again, I was really keen to show the video because it shows from start to finish the lived experience of our changing climate. This is real, this is happening, and we need to make sure that as we invest in this opportunity, our investments are ready for the climate change that we know is locked in, and the scientists are telling us is getting worse.
Great. Emma, thank you very much. If I may, I'm going to ask you 3 more questions, and then we're going to hand over to questions from the audience for you and James. So the first one is really, how do you see resilience in this regard as an opportunity for business leadership? What's the role of business that you'd like to identify?
The need to prepare for climate risks affects us all. And we are part of a massive system that needs to get ready for the future. And there is no doubt that to date, much of the investment that has taken place around adaptation and resilience has been led by the public sector. We are now at point where we need to both encourage green finance to look at adaptation and resilience measures, but also for individual businesses to be thinking about where they're operating, the people, their employees, the communities they are working with, and making sure all of that work is ready for climate change. I think typically we have looked at adaptation and resilience, indeed many environmental and climate change related things, in a separate silo. There is no doubt that we have to bring this all together. And I see that word that came to the fore in your word cloud, innovation, as being something that we need to be thinking about right now. I've been talking about some of the major sporting and cultural events that are taking place in Europe, whether it's the Olympics this summer all of that generates not just the sporting events, but the knock-on opportunities around tourism. We need to be thinking about how we're ready for extreme heat. Another series of events that's taking place this summer across Europe are the Taylor Swift concerts. When Taylor Swift was performing in Rio de Janeiro last year, she had to call off one of her concerts after one of her spectators, aged 23, very sadly and tragically died of heat exhaustion. We know that this is the sort of event that we can experience somewhere in Europe this summer, and all of our businesses, our sports, cultural events, the transport opportunities, the cafes, the restaurants, the hotels that are serving this business. Indeed, I think Taylor Swift is coming to Edinburgh this in next month. We need to make sure that we can provide our services safely and without disruption, if at all possible.
Emma, thank you very much. And a lot of people in the room are nodding as you speak. You mentioned in the BBC clip that you thought that nature and nature-based solutions and natural solutions had a role to play. Could you just expand on that? Where do you think we should, as businesses, be promoting nature and nature-based solutions?
Well, thank you, James, firstly, for mentioning the Green Finance Institute report that was published a couple of weeks ago. Very important that we highlight the risk to GDP from not investing properly in our natural environment. We know that when it comes to surface water flooding, and I talked about the range of different holes that are dug across London, but across all of our cities in the UK, every one of those holes needs to be looked at through not only the services that are being delivered, but whether we can look at them as both sponges and shades, particularly in cities where we have an urban heat impact. And this is, again, where using geospatial data, different tools, we can look at ways of building in some of the things that will make our cities not just better from a green perspective, but better protected to the sorts of climate impacts that we are now experiencing. And as you look around the world, some of those cities that are at the forefront of the climate emergency are already looking at different types of tax incentives to make sure that we are placing nature and adaptation and resilience first. That is where the innovation should come from, by looking at the thinking that is coming from the insurance sector, the finance sector, and what businesses can do themselves.
Emma, thank you very much. And one of the questions that's already come from the audience is, what is green finance? I think it might be helpful if you just continued where you were there and describe how you see the evolution of green finance, and then we'll transition over to James for his reflection on the same thing, and we'll get the dialogue going. So where do you see the role of green finance in all of this?
I think you can take green finance with a very narrow definition. And in the early days, when the government first set up a green finance task force, it was very much focused on clean energy and delivering that transition. I think the more that we have looked at the range of different opportunities that exist from a green finance perspective, we've understood that we need to look at this through a sector by sector basis, looking at what is the most relevant financial product. So it might be green mortgages. When we're looking at our houses, we are looking at retrofit. And I think what it is doing essentially is making sure that we are thinking about both the risks, the opportunities, embedding that in the way that we are looking at financing opportunities, and even more specifically, designing products that put environmental, climate change and nature-related aspects first and foremost. I'm sure James can add to this agenda and this discussion because of the range of different products that his organisation have already launched to show the opportunities that exist in this space. But in some aspects, some products, we are able to raise money with that green lens at a cheaper rate because it is taking into account relevant climate change and environmental perspectives.
Great, thank you so much, Emma. It's great to have you here. We'll now have the dialogue with you and James. And James, why don't you pick up from where Emma was? And in particular, I think perhaps you might want to mention how green finance provides incentives for transition. Yeah, so just checking your microphone is on. Can you just...
Is it? Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
Sorry, yeah,
Thanks, James.
I think, so money is fungible. I mean, that's the whole essence of finance, really. And we look at a pound or a dollar or a euro, and we can put some value to it. I think when we think about green finance, we're basically looking at that subset of finance that is being deployed for environmental and future benefit that is going to align with the transition. The reason why it's particularly relevant for banks is because we're basically the intermediaries between these huge pools of capital from pension funds and from investors to the real economy. And what we're doing is we're saying, we think that people who are borrowing for green purposes are effectively going to be less risky, so we can price that capital more effectively. And then we're going into the funding markets to raise the money that enables us to operate as a bank, saying we have this proportion of green finance, which we think aligns with a long-term green future, and therefore our cost of funding reduces. So it aligns the system really effectively if you can get it set up in the right way. And I think some of the products that we've developed are around green mortgages. So if you're a homeowner and you have a well-performing home, you can get access to capital more cheaply. And if you're a small and medium-sized enterprise, you can get a green loan for use of proceeds to invest in solar panels or other energy-saving devices, or indeed natural capital solutions. And again, we'll waive fees or give you a discount on that. But where it gets really exciting is where we start to work with others in the supply chain. So we're working with McCain, the chip producer, potato chip producer.
Not silicon.
Not a silicon chip producer. No. And they're committed to regenerative agriculture. And as a result of our partnership with them, we're able to provide a discount to those farmers who are committed to regenerative principles. So in the end, we as consumers end up with chips that are being produced by, that are regenerating our natural environment at a lower cost of capital because the green finance has been deployed to enable that solution to come into play.
That's a brilliant explanation of what green finance is, James, if I may say. And your key point is alignment. You're aligning the sources of capital with the users of capital. You're de-risking it on both sides. You're inducing behaviour change for the consumer, and you're providing sustainable returns for the capital provider all at the same time. I'm going to keep you on the microphone.
Role,
Sorry,
if I may jump in here, there is an important role here for regulation and making sure that we are linking up our environmental, our nature regulators with our economic regulators and our financial regulators. And this is where organisations like the Green Finance Institute come in to join up both the banks, the financial institutions with the different businesses, and understand by working alongside regulators what are the things that are going to drive the capital flow in the right direction to support this new way of doing business and finance.
Thank you very much, Emma. And let's all give a salute to the brilliant work of the Green Finance Institute that have really led the charge here, not just in convening the finance sector, but also convening the regulators and informing them. James, there's two questions for you, and Emma, then there's a very big one for you. People want to know, what's NatWest doing as a corporation to get its own bank in order? And how can banks more broadly support the adaptation needs of businesses. If you could comment on that. And then, Emma, I'm going to come to you to talk about the hard-to-abate sectors and something to do with how do we get behaviour change without antagonising the electorate? So over to you first, James.
Well, we've set a whole set of targets that drive the way in which we approach net zero. So we're committed to net zero by 2050. We're looking to halve the climate impact of our financing by 2030. We're committed to halving on the 2019 baseline our own emissions from our own estate by 50% by 2025. And then we've also started to think very carefully about what will lend to the fossil fuel industry. And we expect our counterparts in the fossil fuel industry, which are a relatively small number, to have credible transition plans as well. But it's really all about supporting the customer on the journey to net zero and how we can get our money working for them to enable them to have more resilient businesses and to grow and to contribute to the productivity and the growth of the UK economy as well. And if I take the second part of the question on adaptation, and adaptation is really hard because quite often there isn't a direct revenue stream associated with adaptation. But if you don't build an adaptation plan and build resilience into your business, you're running the risk of significant losses. So again, we will look at the plans that businesses put in front of us and look at how we can lend them money so that they can put that resilience into place. And it also protects our own interests as well. And the other thing that we're doing around all of this is trying to think of it as a system. So, we could look at an individual customer, but actually you've got to look at that individual customer in the context of a supply chain and a broader system as well. And that's actually really challenging us to think very differently about how we do business.
Thank you very much, James. And Emma, the question in the way it's articulated here is, how can we enable behaviour change to mitigate hard-to-abate CO2 emissions associated with products and food without antagonising the electorate? In other words, how do we get the citizen on side with all of this? What's your view?
Well, it's such a big and important question, and something that we are all struggling to a certain extent as to how best to do this. I think it is so important that we are emphasising where we are from a climate change perspective, and that the risks of not changing our behaviour are growing. But we have to do this in a way that we're encouraging our consumers to come with it and offer real opportunities for alternative ways of, whether it's travelling, living, heating our homes. So this is where things like the just transition comes in, needing to make sure that we are not just incentivising the rich to make that transition, and highlighting what good looks like in terms of how our cities, by putting green programs in place, will just become better places for us to live in. So it's not easy, but it is so essential that we get this right, because of what we're beginning to now experience on an almost daily basis. Briefly on adaptation finance, I think this is where we need to see a step change in how we think about adaptation being absolutely essential to the way we are investing, and not seeing it as an add-on. If we don't make our investments resilient to climate shocks, they could become stranded assets. So it's something that we need to make sure is higher up the agenda.
Great, Emma, thank you very much. And I'm going to give you one more question each. James, generally we've got a number of questions about small businesses that I want to come to with you. And Emma, there's a question here about the Scottish Government changing their immediate climate change strategy. What impact do you think that has? How important is government to enable business? But James, if we could start with you, there's 3 or 4 questions here. So let me just say, it goes a bit like this. Some people are asking, is it harder for SMEs that don't have the kind of big corporate centre that's involved? And do you, as a provider of green finance, to small businesses? Do you set sort of minimum criteria, thresholds that enable SMEs to respond? And also, how do SMEs that don't have the expertise start to build an adaptation strategy in your view?
Yeah, no, I think, and very, very fair questions. And we've done quite a bit of work around this. Ahead of COP26, we published Springboard to Sustainable Recovery, which we refreshed ahead of COP27, which showed the opportunity for SMEs as well. And of course, SMEs don't necessarily have that deep access to deep expertise, but they can use tools that give them a good starting point. I think the other thing that's really relevant here is the role that they play in supply chains. So there's a huge amount of pressure being pushed down from the big companies through to the smaller companies. And just to give you an example, I had the privilege of, just to show that I don't just come to Scotland as the British nations. I was in Wales handing over the Welsh, or the Cymru NatWest Green Business Award to an organisation, freight organisation, that had shifted from internal combustion engine freight to electric freight. And they said it was a heart over head decision, but they'd actually been very encouraged by how this had worked from an economic perspective, because the big businesses were coming to them and were giving them a premium for using electric haulage. And as a result of that, they had a better business. So you can follow the supply chain. You do have to be a bit bold and have a bit of a vision. There are lots of tools available to support it. And I think on the adaptation point, I think it's probably somewhere that's quite underserved, really. There are now tools that give you a sense of where flood risk resides and what you can do about that. But I think we do need, and the work that Emma and others have done is a great resource. But it's probably something we do need to up our capability around, and particularly get that to small and medium-sized enterprises so they can ensure that they are going to be resilient.
Great, thank you very much indeed. We'll come back with one final question in a moment, James. And Emma, the question to you was really about the importance of government targets. The particular question was about the Scottish Government and them, as it were, adjusting their target. How do you see the importance of government targets? What do you think will be the impact of a government that changes its targets in those ways? And indeed, the UK government, of course, has done something similar, hasn't it?
I think we're hearing from businesses, not just in the UK, but around the world, the importance of those long-term targets and the frustration to businesses when those targets are reduced. We just have to look at what is happening around the world to see where we are headed. And I think any election is an opportunity for both citizens and businesses, through their citizens' ability to vote, to signal how important it is to get this right, not just for now, but for the long term.
Great, well, thank you very much indeed. Let me just ask you both a final question. I'm interested in what you think is the role of business leadership overall, looking forward to the next decade when so much needs to be done. Where do you see business leadership really making a difference at the global level? James?
Well, I think the course is set. So those businesses that are better prepared are more likely to be successful. And those leaders that are well informed and committed are going to lead their businesses better around this. So I think that's quite simple, really. I think the interesting question, of course, is how vociferous business leaders want to be around that. And some will choose to be out there and demonstrating what they're doing. Others will decide to be a little bit more in the background, but doing the right thing for their customers. And I think that for every business leader and every business that wants to lead, focusing on your customers and how you can support them in the transition is absolutely key.
Thank you so much, James. And Emma, the final words. What's your view about the key role for business leadership here?
I think it is about being bold, but importantly, it is about delivery. Everything we do from now to the end of this decade, into next decade, needs to be about delivering solutions at pace.
Thank you both very much. In a moment, I'm going to ask you to give a big round of applause to James and to Emma. But let me just tell you two things. We're breaking for our coffee and tea break. In that area where coffee and tea is served, there will be 4 zones that you can go to if you want to connect with people on certain themes. So those of you who want to talk about the built environment, please go to the blue zone. Those who want to talk about circular food and organic food, go to the yellow zone. Those who want to talk about circularity strategies more generally, it's the pink zone. And those of you who'd like to talk about green finance, it's the green zone. So if you go there, just introduce yourself to people that you don't know. They've gone because they want to talk about that topic too. We hope you'll enjoy the networking. And secondly, I want to say to everyone, thank you for the tons of brilliant questions that you sent. I'm exercising a little bit of chair's judgment here. So questions that are directed to the City of Glasgow, I'm waiting till Susan Aitken's on the stage. Questions that are directed to the Glasgow Chamber of Commerce, I'm going to get Stuart Patrick or Derek Provan to come and answer later on. So please forgive me that I'm not answering them in the order that you're sending them. I just want to make sure the right question goes to the right person. So please join me, if you will, in giving a big thank you to Emma Howard-Boyd and to James Close. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you, Greg.
Enjoy your coffee break.
Great. Brilliant.
We're working. It won't happen again, we can assure you of that. But we're sorry if you had to queue up for coffee. That won't happen in the afternoon break. And we're delighted to have you back with us. And we're going to be talking in this session about how we bring together city leaders and urban investors. And I want you to open your Slido so we can go into the next panel. And we're going to do a vote first, and then I'm going to introduce a very distinguished panel to speak to you. So could we have the next poll question, please? And here we go. What is the best way to bring together city leaders and urban investors on climate? Is it by building new financial models? Is it by a sustained dialogue between the two? Do you think it's something to do with innovation projects that demonstrate what can be done? Is it about building the market in particular ways? Or perhaps it's about incentives? Please vote now. Thank you very much. We're already started, so please take your seats. Let's have your votes. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We've already started, so please take your seats. Thank you. Okay, we're going to keep this vote open for a minute or two so that you can all participate. 38 people have voted. Please take the time to contribute your thoughts. While you're voting on this, let me thank you again for the contributions that you've already made to the questions. There are questions on the built environment that have come in. Our final session of the day prior to our closing keynote is all about the built environment, so we'll address those then. Questions that you were asking that are to the City of Glasgow, I'm going to ask Susan to address in a minute on this panel.
There are lots of them.
I know.
We can hear a second microphone going on, please. So, and then questions that are for the Glasgow Chamber of Commerce. We're going to make arrangements at lunchtime for people to identify themselves if they're from the Glasgow Chamber, so that people can ask them the questions directly. So we're going to make sure all of your questions are dealt with. Any more votes on our question, what's the best way to bring together city leaders and urban investors? Incentives comes out at 32%, innovative projects 31%, sustained dialogue 18%. Thank you very much indeed. Let me introduce my panel here. Firstly, on my right, Catherine McGuinness, CBE. Many of you know Catherine as the former Chair of Policy at the City of London. She led the City of London with distinction for 2 terms. And I'm lucky enough to know her as a fellow member of the Advisory Board of the City's Climate Investment Commission, alongside Susan, who's also a member of that board. Sitting next to Catherine is Nick Cochrane-Dyett, CBE, who's the chair of the British Chambers of Commerce in Abu Dhabi. And obviously Nick has had the recent experience of being a host business association for COP28, and somebody who's very close to Middle Eastern capital and Middle Eastern capital's intents and opportunities here. And then sitting next to Nick, the person who needs absolutely no introduction, Councillor Susan Aitken, the leader of the City of Glasgow. Please give Catherine and Susan and Nick a big warm welcome. So the idea really here is that I'm going to pop a couple of questions each from my pre-prepared questions, and then it's straight over to all of the questions that you're sending in on Slido, including some of the questions that people submitted earlier. But now is the chance to put some more questions in there. And please do use the preferencing function. The more you vote for other questions, the higher they go up my list, the more I know I'm asking our guests the questions that you want to have answered. So please do that. We'd be very grateful for that. Catherine, I'm going to start with you and ask what's really the most obvious question, which is, how do you think that city leaders and urban investors, whoever they are, pension funds, insurance companies, banks, sovereign wealth, property investors, how should they be working together?
Well, thanks very much, Greg. And first of all, thanks for inviting me to participate today. It's great to be back here in Glasgow. It's always such an exciting city, even when it rains. So, I was sorry to see sustained dialogue came so low in that poll that we just had, because it seems to me there are 3 critical factors. I think, first of all, we need to be talking. We need to get the leaders and the potential investors talking so that they understand each other's perspectives, they understand what are the opportunities, what are the challenges, so that they speak the same language. For all that we talk about from the investment side, the wish to invest in net zero, and for all that we hear from the place side, that there are plenty of investable projects, for example, I don't think they are using the word investable in the same way. Investors look at the term that they need for repayment, the profile of the repayment, the certainty of the repayment in a different way from a place leader who may be looking at the exciting impact that this is going to have and the critical results it's going to lead to. So the first thing, I think, is sustained dialogue to work out what the issues are. Secondly, I think they need to be working together in a way which we haven't necessarily seen in the past to design new models. Because if there were models for financing the sort of thing we're talking about already out there that worked, businesses, investors would be piling into it. They're never they're never shy to go into an investment opportunity. So we need to be working together on co-design and collaboration and innovation. And then finally, I think they need to be learning from what others are trying, learning from what they themselves are doing, and learning from what goes wrong. Perhaps, as James said earlier, making mistakes in a way, being willing to make mistakes in a way which we haven't traditionally been willing to do. So how does one actually bring that about? Well, I think a coalition such as 3CI, the Cities Climate Investment Commission, is a really great example of what can be done. Now, this is another, I would suggest, another great legacy of the Glasgow COP. I'd like to pay tribute to Susan, who's helped bring it together, but it's an unprecedented coalition which now includes about 90% of local government across the UK, working with the private sector, looking at pipelines of projects, looking at technical assistance, and looking at other ways to actually turn the aspiration into action.
Great, Catherine. I'd obviously like to support your recognition of Susan as having really stimulated the creation of this commission. Now, you've just been chairing a task force for this commission that's looking at a very specific investment model that is being developed. Tell us a little bit about that and about other investment models you think might be interesting.
Yeah. Well, the model that we produced with support from government is a place-based approach, multi-asset approach. We took retrofit of domestic property because that was we needed to look at something, and that is, we all know how the volume of emissions coming from domestic property, and we looked at a way of packaging things so that you could create an annuity from energy savings and retrofit at no cost to the house owner or tenant. The task force that we convened spoke with the finance sector across the piece, from impact investors to banks and insurers, from the sort of traditional lenders to the traditional to the more innovative. And we kicked the tires on our model, but we also, with the feedback we got, also I think gave us some wider answers. And what people told us was that, yes, they absolutely supported the notion of a place-based approach, particularly because we're looking at issues which might differ depending on the exact nature of the environment you're working in. You might have properties of one kind or one cost in one area, or a whole range of local issues that may sway how things work. You need local leadership to help bring the community with you if you're going to take people at scale through change. So our feedback was that the place-based approach was absolutely the right thing, that we need to be experimenting, we need to be setting up pilots across the country to iron out the wrinkles in our model or any other model that we might be trying. But on looking at a wider scale, we need to have a more supporting general ecosystem. We need to be looking at the planning. We need to be looking at the regulation, as Emma was saying earlier. We need to be looking at the skills needs. So we need a more supporting ecosystem. And we need, we suggest, a greater sharing of knowledge and learnings. So we're suggesting a single national conversation across the UK where people bring and share what's working, what isn't working. What we don't want is everybody designing the same piece of the puzzle over and over again when we actually have a 1,000-piece puzzle that we've got to put together. So those were the outcomes of our task force. I think they're relevant to the many other models that have been produced, whether it's by financial institutions, and James told us of some of the issues, some of the models that his bank is working on, whether it's from the thinkers such as the Green Finance Institute or wherever. We need to be looking at how we can share the learnings.
Great. Well, Catherine, I'd like to congratulate you on this task force report, which was only published a few weeks ago, actually, and you can find it on the 3CI website. And I suppose the thing to say is that there's a lot of ingenuity from you and the private financiers on your task force to say that if you invest in the retrofit of residential buildings, which is one of the hardest things, you can create revenue streams through savings. And the question then is whether you can use those savings to underpin a structured approach to the financing so that you can anticipate future savings and invest to decarbonise now. That's the core idea, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Actually, can I make two other points? And the first is that what we really need to focus on here is that we're changing the finance system. We really are needing to look at very innovative models. So we're retrofitting a system to an end that it wasn't developed for. So this is a really big challenge and we'll need several different approaches. And the second point I'd just like to highlight is that another output from COP was that shortly after that, the Scottish Government announced a industry-led task force on green and sustainable finance in Scotland. That will be publishing its own report, I think, in a matter of weeks. It will be very interesting to see what recommendations are in there and how we can all work together to carry them forward.
Great. Catherine, thank you very much. And more questions and dialogue with you in a minute. And if you have questions for Catherine, please do send them in to me now. Nick, I'd like to pick up with you, if I may. Obviously, as President of the British Chambers of Commerce in Abu Dhabi, you're very close to some of the new sources of capital that are beginning to flow around the world and have appetite to look to invest beyond their borders. Tell us a bit about how you see the landscape for investment capital into decarbonisation. And in particular, I think I want to know, what do British cities need to do to be attractive to that capital?
Right. So a little bit of history. The UAE considers, or has considered for a long time, London to be the 8th emirate of the United Arab Emirates. There are 7 emirates there because they've all had homes there, they've been there, they've learned English there, and they love the United Kingdom. Now, that was back in the sort of 60s, 70s. Since then, there's a lot of competition from around the world. A lot of companies, countries have come into the UAE and marketing themselves. So like all good relationships, they need to be worked at, and we need to continue to work on, and that's what, you know, we're there as part of the British Chambers of Commerce to do, is to work on those relationships. Fast forward a little bit to like 30 years ago, the UAE said, right, we've invested in London, where's the next place we need to invest in the United Kingdom? It's still somewhere we love, we know, we feel close to, and they did their own assessment, and Manchester was their answer. You know, this is long before Gove and, you know, Level Up or whatever you call it now. They reckon that Manchester was the answer, that the opportunities there to invest in Manchester. They actually, the Abu Dhabi investment, you mentioned sovereign wealth funds, they invested in Manchester United, as well as the infrastructure around Manchester. And of course, everybody today knows about Manchester City, but they've actually been working on this for some time. So they look at these projects as long-term projects. It's not we're in today, we're trading, and we're out next week. These are things that they're looking at for the future. The UAE is a tiny population, tiny country, so they need to spread, diversify. And Manchester was a diversification away from London. So now we fast forward to 2021, and the current president, then Crown Prince, comes to London and meets Boris Johnson in number 10 Downing Street and says, look, you're probably better in the United Kingdom at investing in the United Kingdom than we are. We've done our little bit with Abu Dhabi Investment Authority. We've grown out of that into Mubadala, which is a second sovereign welfare fund, and we're looking at new opportunities, but we need you to help us invest in your country because you know it best. And he handed a cheque over £10 billion and said, please, United Kingdom, invest this £10 billion in the next 5 years in certain specific areas that they feel are important to them and that they feel are important for humanity. And so areas like life sciences, areas like infrastructure, areas like energy transition. We may be a fossil fuel producing country, but we've been working on energy transition before COP was even invented. the then president of the country said to BP, you know, we need to stop this flaring, because gas was then a byproduct nobody wanted. And you know, BP, I was ex-BP, so we said, oh, this is expensive, we don't want to do it. Oh, no. He said, look, we're not doing this for cost, we're doing this to invest in our planet, because this pollution is hurting the people, it's hurting the planet. So that's 1969. So they're on the transition change from quite a long time, before COP started. So they believe in the transition. They also believe that this country's got a lot of innovation.
Your mic's gone down, Nick. Sorry, can we do whatever we need to do to get Nick's mic working again, please?
Is that better? Can you hear? Not yet.
No, it's not working, is it? Yes. No, we can't hear him because the mic's gone down. I'm looking at the audio-visual team and just asking if they can fix Nick's mic, please.
It says on.
There we go.
That's you.
There we go. It's working
It
now.
is on. Okay, cool.
Thank you.
So, yes, so they're looking at energy transition, they're looking at infrastructure, looking at some of the things, thank you, looking at some of the things that...
Yeah, I think they've turned off your lapel mic to turn that one on.
Can you hear now?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, sorry. So they're looking at this energy transition, they're looking at infrastructure, looking at pharma, health, so life sciences and all the rest of it. Similar, I think, to the United Kingdom. So by the end of last year, you know, having been given 5 years to spend 10 billion, they have a pipeline of 18 billion. They've over-exceeded. They still want to invest in this country. What do cities need to do to catch their attention? I don't think it's purely cities. I think it's some of the leadership makes, and it's exactly what Catherine was saying just now. I had a good learning session this morning, listening to the speakers at the beginning. It is all about collaboration. It is about communication. It is about taking action. The Scots are well known for being pioneers, for getting out there. Richard and his team came out to COP28, and thank you all for being, you know, participants with us in COP28. You like to be out there. You like to be innovative. This is exactly what attracts them. But if you don't tell your story, and I've just learned something now new from Catherine, you know, there's a story here which I think the Abu Dhabians will love to hear, because they don't know where to invest. They don't know how to invest in this country, because things are moving here quite quickly. I mean, I think there's a lot of bureaucracy here, and it's not as quick as we like in Abu Dhabi, but there are opportunities. And so I think that, you know, a big communication drive, an action drive, which, you know, obviously Glasgow Chamber are good at doing action and want to do action, want to be out there, and continuation of the what you started with the COP, because, you know, having done it here, having done it in the UAE now, we have an affinity towards each other. Yeah. Human beings love having those affinities. Yeah. And so when Catherine says, well, we're doing the study around the UK, I say, well, hang on, yes, please, can we have that in the United Arab Emirates? Can we transfer your experience to our experience? Can we learn from you? Can we learn from each other? Can we help you invest in your country? Because we don't have you know, our country's too small, population's too small. You've got a country here that needs, and Glasgow is a great opportunity. The Exchequer, the Chancellor Exchequer this morning, we want a £1 trillion company. Why not? You know, why not Glasgow be the Silicon Valley? These are the sort of things that the Emiratis love. Oh, yes, innovation centre of the world, innovation, you know, the Silicon Valley for Europe, Glasgow, come to Glasgow. That's the sort of thing that would attract them to put money in. They're already here, City Fibre, that's a Mubadala entity investing in Glasgow. They're not totally unaware, but it's just more opportunities they would love to see.
Nick, thank you very much indeed. It's a very clear answer, and I love the connection between the COP hosting cities, Dubai, UAE, Glasgow, Scotland. Just before we move on to Susan, though, what's the role of the British, Scottish, and Glasgow Chamber of Commerce? What's the role for the chambers?
So this is the magic word, collaboration. I saw lots of innovation up there, collaboration was there. That to me is actually the more important, collaboration. We've got plenty of innovation. We can fix climate change tomorrow if we take action, but we need more collaboration. So, you know, Richard and the team from Glasgow Chamber coming out, with all the other chambers who came, we had great support from Sarah, great support from Siobhan and all the rest of it from the British Chambers, so Glasgow Chambers. Shona's here from Scotland, you know, the Scottish Chambers. I mean, this was collaboration in action. And so if you don't know, and I get it, you know, if you're a small SME and you're not sure, but you know you really can do better, and there's money in Abu Dhabi that they want to invest in innovation, how do you do it? Well, the answer is you go talk to Richard, you go talk to, I think, Lindsay's here, and Lindsay's, you know, working in Bali, in Indonesia, and yet she's a member in the Abu Dhabi Chamber of Commerce. Yeah. You know, she's doing the stuff. You know, there are people here using the networks, and, you know, Scottish Government, SDI, Scottish Development International, they need to do more. We all need to collaborate more. But that is the way forward. Action and collaboration will make the changes.
Nick, thank you very much indeed. Susan, it's funny to welcome you to the panel in your own city where you're the leader, but it's great to have you here with us. And, you know, I imagine that you and everybody in the room is immensely proud that Glasgow hosted COP, that gave rise to Glasgow's name being in the heart of all of these pacts and these agreements. How has the city, in your view, leveraged being a COP hosting city in terms of bringing more investment into the climate transition that you've been leading so effectively?
Good morning, everyone. And first of all, can I just add my congratulations to the Chamber, the Glasgow Chamber, one of our partners in the city, for a fantastic event, another fantastic event following on from the first COB last year. And it is absolutely an example of that partnership, that collaboration and that sustained dialogue that we've heard about so far already. And the Team Glasgow approach to all of this, which it underpins everything that we're trying to do in the city to collectively build and sustain that legacy out of hosting COP26. And, you know, you and Catherine's very kind words about my role among many others in starting the Cities Commission for Climate Investment. We have in Glasgow benefited as much from that, if not much more so, than any contribution I have made to the organisation. So I think my mic's going on and off, I think. And it is precisely that access that it has given us as a public sector organisation, as the council, to major investors who are looking for places and projects to come and invest in, and the dialogue that we've been able to have to bridge that understanding and to bridge those different definitions of what investable means, what an investable proposition looks like, what a project looks like. And in Glasgow, we've spent a lot of time and a lot of focus on that, a huge amount of learning, a huge amount of discussion, honing and really clarifying our own projects and objectives and the propositions that we've got here in the city, understanding what we need to do to decarbonise, to have a just transition, to decarbonise in a way that delivers real benefits for citizens and communities here in Glasgow, for places in Glasgow, but also to understand what we need to do to leverage in that funding and leverage in that investment. So just in the past few weeks, we've invested £4 million locally, which we managed to identify from, it was some one-off funding that we got from refinancing historic PFI projects. And we are using that to build our own capacity within the city, and actually where appropriate and where necessary to bring additional capacity in from outside, recognising that as a public sector organisation, we by and large don't really deal in this space, certainly not at this scale, the scale that we need to when it comes to delivering the interventions that we need for our net zero transition. So that £4 million will, over the next 18 months to 2 years, get us absolutely investment ready. We continue to have the conversations in the meantime, but we've looked at two models in particular that have already been adopted by other cities in the UK. One is a delivery vehicle the Bristol LEAP vehicle, which our colleagues in Bristol, also founders of 3CI, have put in place, took them quite a long time and quite a lot of investment, and it's one of the advantages of not going first, and one of the advantages, in fact, of having the connections through networks like 3CI, is that we're able to follow in their footsteps and hopefully do it much more quickly and do it for less investment from our end as well, but get us to the point where we're able to replicate a Glasgow version, one that's tailored for Glasgow and suits our needs as a city, but replicate that similar delivery model that Bristol has pioneered to deliver our local heat and energy efficiency strategy, which is our plan for the decarbonisation of domestic heat right across the entire city. And the other model we've looked at is one that the Greater London Authority has adopted. They call it the London Edge, and that's an investment vehicle. And they've partnered with the Sustainable Markets, Sustainable Investment Initiative to create a £100 million fund which projects can bid into to get capital funding to get them started and to get them driving forward. That investment vehicle is one that we also think that we can adopt and put in place in Glasgow, and which will not just be for projects led by the council. You know, for example, our universities, Strathclyde and Glasgow and Caledonian, are all doing some really innovative and really ambitious work around their decarbonisation. They could bid into that fund to get that support to support their decarbonisation as well, get that funding to support their decarbonisation. The NHS could do it for their estate. Police Scotland could do it for their estate. The collaboration potential from a model like that that will really deliver scale and pace of delivery is something that we are really excited about. So that's our task right now. All of the other stuff doesn't stop, it continues. We continue to refine and to clarify our understanding of the science of exactly what we need to be doing to deliver. We continue to refine and clarify our understanding of how we make sure that every single pound of climate investment that we are able to leverage in from the private sector or from institutional investors not only decarbonises but also delivers for that just transition. It delivers real benefits for communities and places across Glasgow, and especially those who were on the receiving end of the unjust transition in the 1970s and 80s when we deindustrialised as a city. We continue to talk to investors, to build those relationships, to build those collaborations. But what we are doing, and doing as fast as we can, is, and I suppose Nick might call it bureaucracy, I suppose we would call it due diligence, which we have to do in the public sector, and rightly so. Because we have to make sure that our own budgets as a council and the public services that we deliver with those budgets that our citizens rely on are protected, and that we are not taking unacceptable risks. We are prepared to take risks. I think I should be clear about that. We as a council have talked about this, and the existential crisis that we're facing with climate change, and as much here in Glasgow as anywhere else in the world, requires us to have a more open and robust risk appetite around funding and delivery than we may have done in the past as the public sector. But we still have to be sure that it's a managed risk, that it's a risk that we understand and that we are confident that we can make work for the city and make work for Glasgow's citizens. So that's what we're doing just now, is getting ourselves investment ready so that we can say to all of these potential investment partners that we're talking to and building relationships with, come on in, give us your money basically, and let's collectively start to deliver what we need to do, those interventions across the city to decarbonise at pace and at scale.
Thank you very much, Susan. And There's so much in what you said that I'm going to jump straight into the questions from the room. We've got about 8 minutes. We've got about 100 questions. So it's going to be 1 minute per question. Catherine, we're going to begin with you. Somebody's asked the question, yes, the retrofit of particularly residential buildings is a big challenge. How do we envisage that actually gets paid for in the model that you've been working on?
Well, the model that we've been working on would set up an annuity from energy savings that it would spread across the assets that we'd be, which would repay the investors.
So at no cost to the taxpayer or the tenant resident?
So I think that this will need a little bit of pump priming by public money to get going, but the basic principle of our model, if we can get it to work properly, is that it will be retrofit at no initial, at no cost to the house owner or tenant.
Great, thank you. Nick, there's a question here about, do we have any qualms about receiving investment from a country, a part of whose wealth has been created by the petrochemical industry?
Well, and we get that all the time, and we're quite used to it. We obviously appreciate it, as I say. I think we started energy transition way before, the rest of the world started, or many other countries started energy transition. We talked about Masdar City, you and I. They were building Masdar City in 2006, which is a carbon neutral city. Is it perfect? No. It's this 80-20, let's get on and do it, and we'll make mistakes, but they're not mistakes to me, they're learnings. And so we need to keep on doing that. And yes, we do get criticism. Is that going to stop the UAE from continuing to energy transition? No. Have they got a UAE consensus? Were they meeting the other day to talk about this tripling of renewable energies and everything? A lot of that is about finance. And, you had a great speaker today with James and Emma talking about the financing of these things. We need to get that finance into the system. Aristotle this morning, I'll give you Ghazal, who's 1,000 years ago, was saying that knowledge without action is waste. And we have all the knowledge we need to move climate change. But the action is not happening. And I'm glad you mentioned, and I'm grateful that you guys invited us. I'm grateful and I'm thankful that you invited us, because that's inclusiveness. But, it's the action. You invited us. You're taking action. You're doing it at pace. We need to do it at pace. So, yes, we are a petro state originally. We have been working transition. The president talks about, the last drop of oil, which will be before 2050. We know we're on that journey. We're doing what we think is the right thing. Everybody needs to do what is the right thing. Is it all going to be perfect? No. But if we don't take action, nothing's going to happen. And action is the word. I watched this film, The End Starts From Here.
Yeah.
The city of London being flooded and blah, blah, blah. We had that in Dubai. A few weeks ago, the airport got shut down. I mean, a complete shock to the system. This is climate change. It woke people up. We need these wake-ups to take the action. So, yes, you can consider us bad if that's what you like. It's not going to stop us working on energy transition.
Great. Thank you very much, Nick. Susan, there's a whole raft of questions for you, but maybe we'll pick out two, starting with this one. How does the city expect to implement 20-minute neighbourhoods in Glasgow when areas such as public transport aren't fully functional yet? Our questioner asks.
Okay, so I would dispute that we don't have fully functioning public transport in Glasgow. I use public transport every single day in the city, so do hundreds of thousands of people. We've got the best suburban rail network outside of London. We've got a small but beautifully formed, and yes, I know it's not open long enough in the evenings, on weekends particularly, but a beautifully formed little subway which is great for short journeys and for connectivity with other journeys. And we have a substantial bus network, which is not perfect and does need to be improved. But in actual fact, we have many 20-minute neighbourhoods in the city already. I live in one of them, in Shawlands, and I can walk less than 5 minutes, get a bus, and get it to virtually to the door of my work every single day. And that is a fully functioning public transport network and a fully functioning 20-minute neighbourhood. What can't be replicated, where that can't be replicated is in some parts of the city, like, you know, for example, Castlemilk, which is an area I know very well, where folk aren't necessarily able to access that connectivity, and that's where we've got a challenge, and that's where we have to do some work around improving that ability to access everything that you need, either in your own neighbourhood or by a short public transport journey. It isn't all just about public transport, though. It's also about making sure that our existing communities have everything they need. So if you live in Shawlands, or if you live in Denniston, or if you live in Partick, or if you live in Maryhill, you already live in a 15 or 20-minute neighbourhood. You have everything you need on your doorstep, or via a short journey. But you don't necessarily if you live in one of our outer schemes, or in areas that were built in the past without thought for local amenities and for accessibility to shops and cafes and cultural opportunities and all of the things that we want to have as city dwellers and that great cities have. It's also about active travel. It's not just about public transport, it's also about the ability for people to walk and cycle safely, and that's something where Glasgow is making great strides. We've made enormous progress, and Glasgow, even from 5 or 6 years ago, is unrecognisable as a cycling city. We still have a huge amount of progress to deliver on that. But my final point on that is, and it's something that James referred to earlier, one of the comments that Chris Stark made about not sacrificing pace for perfection and not letting perfection be the enemy of good. We've got a huge amount to build on in Glasgow. We can't say, no, we can't make any changes to anything until our bus network is 100% perfect and with every route and every fare level that we would need it to be. That is the ambition, absolutely. It will take us probably another few years to get there, but we've actually delivered huge improvement in public transport over the past 5 years, in our bus network particularly. Let's keep building on that, and let's keep making improvements simultaneously without waiting for one thing to be perfect before we do all the other things that can support people live in a more sustainable and a more climate-friendly lifestyle in their local places and within the wider city.
Thank you very much, Susan. I'm going to take a quick break from asking them questions to ask you a question. Then we're going to have one more question each, but we have to be very quick. One of the questions that we've been asked here is how many businesses in the room, or how many organisations in the room, have indeed already relatively reliably calculated their own carbon footprint? So if you have, please raise your hand now. Okay, thank you. If you haven't, please raise your hand now. Don't worry, nobody's looking. Okay, and if you didn't vote, please raise your hands now. Okay, so that looks to me like 70% of the room are in an organisation that has measured its carbon footprint. And the person who asked the question said, unless we're measuring it, how do we know we're doing anything about it? Which is good. Very quick final round. Catherine, there's a question here that says a lot of national governments are moving into populism. This is preventing some of the progressive climate legislation that we need. What can cities and business and finance do in that context?
Well, I think carry on. I think what it means is there's even more of an onus on place leaders to work for their own areas in actually carrying things forward. Because we know, we saw it with London on the clip from the BBC News earlier, we know that climate impacts are already happening in our areas. We can work together on projects that will ameliorate it in our areas. Let's get on with it and let the national politicians get on with their talk.
Great, thank you very much. Nick, the question to you is, what's required in return for the 10 billion?
So this is a really good question. What is profitability? And it's not all about the bottom line in dollars or pounds or dirhams, whatever you consider. So they want to invest for the future. They're investing for the long term. They're not traders, as I mentioned earlier. They want something that they think is sustainable, that is good for humanity. These are things which they look at when they're weighing up the sort of profitability. Yes, of course, everybody has to make money. You know, we have to keep on investing for the future and all the rest of it. But they want future-proof projects. So that's what they're really looking at, things that are long-term, sustainable, and of course bring a return on their investment. And it's not all about how many dollars they get back on their investment.
Thank you very much, Nick. And then, Susan, there's about 3 or 4 questions on this topic, but essentially the focus is, what about people who are living in poverty? What about the people who, whose daily lives are on the breadline? How do you create an environment or a pathway that gives them motivation to participate in this? What does that just transition look like if you're a poor person living in Glasgow?
For me, that is the heart of the just transition. There's a very strong likelihood that if you're a poor person living in Glasgow, it's because you are part of generational cycles of poverty that resulted from the unjust transition that took place in the city in the post-industrial era. And breaking those cycles is something that I believe that a genuinely just transition and the opportunity that the huge amounts of investment that we're going to put into transitioning to net zero gives us to simultaneously address some of those long-standing social and economic injustices. How do we engage people in that process? And I think Catherine referred earlier to what's going to be an incredibly important model that we'll certainly be looking at really closely in Glasgow, which is how do we retrofit buildings? How do we retrofit homes to make them more energy efficient, to tackle fuel poverty, something that is still a very significant problem in Glasgow, without upfront costs to residents and to citizens, and in particular ensuring that those citizens who suffer now from fuel poverty, who suffer from living in energy inefficient buildings, are not having to pay the price for the investment that society needs to make to improve their living conditions. That is a challenge. And you yourself said, you know, we are struggling to find a model to make retrofit work in alongside the way that an energy transition investment would, for example. And that's why that continuing work that Catherine referred to, and the emergence of new financial models that allow us to do that are incredibly important. But we also need to keep talking about the benefits. This is not a threat. This transition is not a threat to society. It is done right. And certainly in Glasgow, we've got the political will to do this right, and I believe the partnerships that want to do this right. It is an absolute benefit and can absolutely deliver enormous dividends for our citizens and communities, and we need to keep communicating that, and we need to keep pushing back against some of the populist scaremongering that we've seen that Catherine referred to. I took enormous heart from Mayor Sadiq Khan's incredible victory at his election just last weekend, in the face of exactly the kind of one of the most brutal kind of populist campaigns against him. Clearly, people in London want to see the action that he's taken for clean air, the action, the leadership that he has shown on climate, in which he has articulated really well how that will actually benefit London citizens. We need to keep pushing as he did and standing firm on these things.
Great, thank you very much. And I'm sorry we've run over by a few minutes, but I want you to join me in saying a big thank you to Councillor Susan Aitken, and of course to Nick Cochrane-Dyett and to Catherine McGuinness. Thank you very much indeed. And as I invite Nick, Catherine and Susan to leave the stage, let me just say once again, thank you to all of you for the amazing range of questions that you've submitted. For those of you who sent questions on the built environment, I'm saving them for the afternoon panel, which is all about the built environment. Those of you who sent questions about design, I'm saving them for our final keynote speaker later. Those of you who sent questions to the Glasgow Chamber of Commerce about chamber services, after we've heard from our next speaker, I'm going to be getting the people from the chamber to identify themselves so that you can ask them one-to-one over lunch. So that's how we're going to deal with all of this. But now it's a great pleasure to introduce our closing morning keynote speaker. And this is Will Hutton's latest book, We're really honoured to have Will Hutton here with us today. As many of you know, he's a political economist, a journalist and an author, as it says. But to me and to many others, he's also the president of the Academy of Social Scientists. We love him being our president. It's a great pleasure to have him here to talk about the economics of sustainable innovation. And this time, no mistakes. Please welcome to the stage Will Hutton. Will is just being given an additional microphone.
Yeah. Okay.
Where do you want to be, Will?
I'll go and just talk about it.
Sure. Let's give Will one more warm round of applause.
Thank you. I'm going to spend the first just 30 seconds making sure you can hear me. Can you hear me? I don't need to do that. Okay, so I just put this to one side, I think. Look, I've just got 15, 20 minutes, and I want to introduce you to the idea of a we society, which is the kind of core of this book I've written. I want to argue that that integrates the social and the environmental in a really important way, so you don't have the just transition over there and concerns about inequality or opportunity over there. They can be fused. I want to talk a little bit about the kinds of approach to economic policy and business policy that result from that. And I also want to conclude by suggesting, quite a kind of, this is coming from left field, but I want to conclude by suggesting that building on the European political community, the third meeting of which will be held in Oxfordshire in July, hosted by Rishi Sunak, is Macron's big idea, bring Europe together. We want a European environmental community. And that I want to just kind of spell out the paths to that. And I think that Scotland could play quite a kind of critical role in making that argument. So, very briefly, in the next kind of 16, 17 minutes, the we society. What am I talking about, a we society? A we society combines the idea of a social floor below which no one can fall. And the philosophy behind that is kind of an ethic of the social. And it combines with that a notion of having ladders upward, which we as individuals, kind of because we are the we and the I, that we as individuals exercising our agency can climb. But it's a bounded individualism, not a kind of individualism of self-interest and greed and me first and all the rest. It's a bounded individualism in which you recognize your obligations to the social, and society recognizes its reciprocal obligations to you. But that notion of the social is big. In the 21st century, that's got to include a notion of environment, biodiversity, planetary limits. And that's what the philosophers call kind of progressive liberalism, not classical liberalism, which puts the individual kind of at the center of the moral universe and the economic universe and the social universe. I'm going to argue that doing that over the last 45 years since Mrs. Thatcher's election has led to a series of catastrophic errors from which we as a country are reeling. It's a bounded individualism coupled with a recognition that there has to be this floor. And the ladders at which we climb are within companies and a capitalism which is stakeholder in its orientation. Companies driven by a sense of purpose from which they seek to optimizing their profits, which they recognize they have to earn a license to operate in whatever territory they're operating, in which actually, particularly in the 21st century, so much risk around that no kind of reasonable board of directors is going to bet the farm on XYZ innovation without some of that risk being shared. And the obvious place you look to share that risk is first your shareholders, but ultimately public agency. So there's the vision of a we society. And I just think that it's a kind of, what people need to know is that it's a kind of, I think we're at an inflection moment in 2024. You're living the inflection year. I think the election results in England just a few days ago, and the big opinion poll leads that the Labour Party are kind of winning, kind of speaks to a kind of real desire for a step change in the way we organise ourselves. Just think about the kind of grim realities we've lived through. The reference was made to the deindustrialisation in Scotland in the 70s and 80s. In the 1980s, the idea that was going to shrink the state, minimise taxation, minimise regulation, control the money supply, that led to a halving of industrial employment in a decade. A halving of industrial employment in a decade. And all those areas, without exception, voted for Brexit 30 years later. Not only was the state meant to shrink, though it did shrink, no attempt was made, no industrial policy, nothing was made to redress the harm that was done to those communities. Second catastrophic error, financial deregulation and the Big Bang, which led to the financial crisis of 2007-8, in which Royal Bank of Scotland was lending over £50 had a loan book of £50-60 for every £1 of capital. No bank could have that, could survive. And actually, the first catastrophic error led to excessive deindustrialisation in Scotland. The second catastrophic error led ultimately to the demise of Royal Bank of Scotland and actually the profound weakening of Edinburgh as a financial centre. Third catastrophic error was on austerity in 2010. Again, the same philosophy. Put the individual first, minimise the state, get rid of coercive taxation, attempt to do all of that, leading to kind of some of the biggest brutal cuts we've seen in public expenditure since whenever. Everyone in the room knows the story. Then Brexit itself, which was kind of a curious alliance of kind of people left behind who had been harmed by these catastrophic errors, kind of making common cause with the authors of those catastrophic errors, the intellectual right, to break free from the corpse that was the European Union, and then go unfettered into a buccaneering future in which Britain would kind of trade its way to kind of to new prosperity, repeating the kind of glories of laissez-faire in the 19th century, except there weren't any glories of laissez-faire in the 19th century. It was already going wrong. And then capped by the Liz Truss budget, doubling down on those four mistakes to deliver what we've got. Now, the moment has come for a step change, a repudiation of all of that. And this is where kind of my arguments for kind of repurposing the way we think about public policy kind of link in with the climate change and the environmental agenda. First of all, public investment, borrowing for public investment, step by step, has got to lead a dramatic kind of change in kind of the way we think about getting economic growth. We're going to crowd in business investment off the back of a rise in public investment. Public investment does not crowd out business investment. We've been told for 45 years. The opposite is true. We are going to, on top of that, that's the first thing. The second thing is we have to reshape our pension system and our banking system to equip the startups, the scale-ups, and indeed actually the quoted companies to take advantage of the opportunities that we're going to kind of present to them. The third element is to reconstitute corporate law and the way we think about kind of capitalism so that companies get used to the notion that actually putting a purpose kind of first from which you set out to make a lot of money is kind of the right way to go about it. Put those three things together and you actually start to have a reconfigured and a repurposed capitalism that actually can innovate and grow and invest and also, and imperatively, take its kind of obligations to the environment as seriously as it must. There's no kind of the objection to this is that actually that's going to cost. There's a very important kind of series of work being done recently, reported in the Financial Times only yesterday, that actually those companies that have taken ESG seriously have rates of return 1% higher than those who do not. So, and actually, incredibly, kind of the bulk of companies in the FTSE 350 are taking ESG seriously. The 7% of you who put up your hand saying that you had taken measures, or you knew at least to the degree to which you were operating in a kind of net zero context, you're not unusual. You represent the new wave. You are the inflection moment. You are living it. The kinds of things some kind of innovation. We're going to talk about that. An innovation, I was on the Satellite Applications Catapult for 9 years as non-executive director. One of the things that is very, very compelling, and we should kind of, what will have been smoking, you're going to think in the next few words, but there is every chance that by 2050, we can start to produce in space solar energy, microwave to Earth. And some of the firms that are involved in the exploration of that are based here in Glasgow, the place where we might launch some satellites to put kit into space isn't only Elon Musk, it's actually in the north of Scotland. Actually, crazily though it might seem, there is a kind of a technology. The Japanese are going to pilot this in the next year or two, and by 2030 there will be a small solar power station in space. By 2050, it could be providing 10, 15, 20% of our planetary electricity needs. Over and above that, of course, one has to decarbonize the grid, one has to expand the grid. That's a huge task. That's going to require the UK Infrastructure Bank to be really serious and innovative about how it gets behind kind of the national grid as it has to do that. That's going to provide lots of opportunities to the repurposed companies of which I'm talking about. Repurposing to put public benefit before profit becomes absolutely essential in the utilities. I argue that, and this isn't a Scottish issue, it's more an English issue, but the privatised water companies should all incorporate around that their public benefit is to provide cheap, drinkable water, not polluting beaches and rivers. That's their task, that's their purpose, from which they derive a profit. That comes first. It's a completely different way of thinking about kind of how you do capitalism from that has kind of existed over the last kind of 45 years. It's a we society approach, if you like. Lastly, everybody knows that if you're going to have a startup or a scale-up, there's grandiose talk by the Chancellor in an interview about creating a kind of a Silicon Valley type company. Why couldn't it happen in the UK? Well, the reason it couldn't happen in the UK is actually our venture capital, our growth equity, support for startups and scale-ups isn't big enough, imagined enough. But secondly, the scale-ups themselves don't have access to a European single market. To get both those things right before we produce the kinds of company that Jeremy Hunt and I guess everyone in the room would like to see. Here's my thought. See what you think. We'll discuss it in the Q&A session over lunch. President Macron thinks because of Ukraine there must be all the big powers in Europe, including the UK, importantly, have to come together to form a defence pact. For obvious reasons. He's thinking defence procurement, joint exercises, but he's also thinking actually kind of the whole hinterland, the whole supply chain that sits behind an effective European defence industry. The Labour Party, Nick Thomas-Symonds, the Shadow Brexit Secretary, John Healey, the Shadow Defence, David Lammy, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, and Keir Starmer himself, all talk about the need in the first 6 months for Labour government to actually create a European defence pact, a big, baggy defence pact, which will include not only defence procurement, but also energy, food, data, cyber security. This starts leaching into kind of questions of energy, kind of what kind of energy. renewable energy? What's going to be resilient energy for Europe as it thinks about its defence requirements? Equally, food. What kinds of food system are we going to have? What's the supply chain going to be? What kind of food are we going to eat? Are we going to have a simulacrum with the Common Agricultural Policy in the UK? Suddenly you start to talk about kind of reproducing European regulation, European practice to make this defence pact work. I say, let's go the next step. Let's actually say, let's have a European investment and environmental community in parallel with the political community. Let's talk about the UK Environment Agency joining the European Environment Agency. Let's talk about having a common approach on critical raw materials. Let's actually, of course, the carbon border adjustment mechanism and our emissions trading scheme must integrate with the European system. Of course, we have to have data sharing, and that all has to come as part and parcel of being part of a European environment community. And a lot of the things that you're talking about in this conference, we all know have to happen kind of on a European scale, on a global scale to make happen. Here is a kind of concrete way of doing it. And reference was made to Sadiq Khan and actually his powerful swing in his favour in London and standing by his commitment both to Europe and to the environment. And he won over a kind of really big part of the London electorate on that. The way is open. I don't think there's going to be much pushback to British, Scottish politicians who talk this language. I think the electorate, there are two good things that have fallen out from Brexit. The first is that no European country wants to follow us and leave the European Union, which is holding together. And the second, reference was made to populism. We've lived populism for the last 8 years, and we know it's a dead end. I'm very struck by Nigel Farage's hesitation in wanting to stand for reform, because he knows that the chances of winning a seat are actually rather low and doesn't want to do it again. He knows that. He's hoping there's going to be a second populist surge if Labour get elected and fail. I don't think Labour will fail. I think Keir Starmer may be a Prime Minister in the image of Clem Attlee. I think it's going to be a broad-based coalition, and the 5 missions, one of which is, of course, the drive to net zero, and another of which is the kind of trying to be the highest growth economy in the G7, demand that he and his team take the agenda of what you've been talking about this morning and this afternoon fundamentally seriously. There's no way that we can get to be the highest growth economy in the G7 without big investment in net zero and making sure it has a positive net return. That's going to be one of the routes, by the way, to creating some of the grand companies that people want to see populating these islands and the London Stock Exchange, to resuscitate the London Stock Exchange. It's all there to be done. It's all there to be done. And within that framework, let's make the argument for not only a European political community, but a European environmental community. And let's use that as a stepping stone, ultimately, for a bigger reassociation with the European Union. John Curtis, citizen of Glasgow, argues there will be a referendum again before 2040, and it'll be won. This is one of the ways that one builds to that victory in 15 years' time. Thank you very much.
Mm. You'll stay there, and I'll stay here.
Sorry, Greg realised that I was running out I needed water badly there.
Yeah, well, I could just tell, Will. Thank you so much, Will Hutton. And what you said, I think, will have struck a chord with so many people in the room. The core idea that we must build a we society where we re-engineer the fabric of how our society works, where we have a social floor and we have ladders. There's a few questions about that. The repurposing of capitalism around a set of purpose-led objectives, if you like. And then thirdly, this idea of extending the European Defence Pact into a European defence community and ultimately a European environment community, and a way, if you like, of resolving the 45-year story of the UK's malaise, which you underpinned by the description of the 4 catastrophic errors that had been the hallmark of British leadership over the last period of time.
Brilliant summary, if I may say.
Thank you very much.
I could have done it in 30 seconds.
Yeah. You have to be a member of the Academy of Social Sciences, and then it all works. Will, let's just, before we come to the questions that people have sent, which are all brilliant questions, I just want to ask you to talk about the day after the next general election. So what do you think happens in what sequence in order for the vision that you've shared with us to begin to come about?
Well, it starts and finishes with a recognition that we've got to get public investment in Britain kind of up. It runs at around 1.5% GDP. It needs to be twice that, if not 3 times that, frankly. So what we need is Chancellor Rachel Reeves working towards a public investment budget. She's already kind of indicated in a lecture, the Mays lecture it's called, in March, that she's kind of prepared to reframe the fiscal rules to allow her to do that. That's what we want to see. In parallel with that, what is this public investment going to be spent on? And already, there's obvious areas. Kind of, British Energy is one which Labour are committed to committed to founding and getting running. There's there's measures to kind of double the kind of capacity of the grid. That's another area. There's going to have to be a kind of serious kind of the infrastructure to support not just hybrid cars but EV vehicles has to be put in place. So what you want to see is from Miliband and Reeves kind of public investment with a net zero bias in the first 100 days. That has to be coupled with, I think, kind of serious measures to kind of, one of the big stories of the last kind of 45 years is that wealth in Britain has doubled. It's gone from kind of 3.5 times GDP to 7 times GDP. There's now £15 trillion worth of wealth held in houses and pensions and other kinds of assets. And yet the yield from that is kind of derisory, no higher than it was 45 years ago. So we've got to find clever ways of kind of getting a bigger contribution from the wealthy towards the common pool to kind of start resuscitating our kind of agonizingly deprived public services. So that's got to happen in tandem to keep international investors happy that kind of what's being done doesn't require them to sell the pound. And lastly, I think we have to kind of, I hope there'll be some serious measures kind of on devolving power to devolved cities and devolved kind of countries within the UK. But that's what I'm hoping will be kind of part of the first 100 days.
Will, thank you very much. Now, there's about 15 questions that have been sent to you, but I'm going to summarise them into 6, if I may, and if we take a couple of minutes on each, that will take us to lunch nicely. The first one that a lot of people in the room have asked is, well, by the way, several people have said, fantastic, thank you, brilliant, thank God you're here, right? So there's a lot of...
That's nice. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for saying that, you know.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
I like that, yeah.
A big question about the issue you were just raising. What's the role of the devolved governments? Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland in particular. Do they have unique and distinctive roles relative to the cities of the city regions you just mentioned? What do you see as their role in this?
Well, well, first of all, I think that there's a levelling up job to be done. People talk about levelling up in England, but I mean, kind of some of the statistics in Scotland are as alarming, actually. I mean, I just want to digress for a second to put some numbers on the table because these are UK numbers, but I know they're also true in Scotland. I mean, 1 in 6 adults in the UK is functionally illiterate. We have the shortest 5-year-olds in Europe, malnutrition. Food banks kind of booming. The education expenditure kind of in the round has been in real terms flat for 15 years. And one of the reasons why we have that problem with illiteracy, and also, by the way, it's true of innumeracy as bad, is because between the ages of 15 and 25, we haven't got training right, especially for people who don't go to university. It's a kind of massive, massive problem facing kind of England, Scotland, and Wales alike. I think there is the great thing about Scotland in particular, and this is better than Manchester or Birmingham, is there's a bit more resource in Edinburgh and in Glasgow, I guess, to actually do to think in the next 6 months about what the asks will be of this new government. You know, what are the infrastructure asks that that's the shovel-ready things that actually Scotland could do? You know, what are the kind of 3 high-tech sectors which actually you see the chance for kind of focused scale-ups and startups that the Green Prosperity Fund and any kind of incipient wealth fund could back? So I'd like to see because you've got the resource, you can actually put kind of on the table something better thought out and which makes sense kind of in an integrated country than what Manchester or Birmingham can put together, and actually demonstrate to them what they should be asking. So I think there's a kind of lead role for Scotland in particular, and to a degree Wales.
Great, thank you very much, Will. There's a second question that says, everybody recognises what you've said about ladders and the importance of a social fabric that produces ladders out of poverty. One of the questions is, how do you really produce those ladders? What does that require? And then there's a lot of questions in the room about, is there a role for the third sector, the social sector in all of this? Something you've written about at length in the past.
Yes, sorry, when you get 16, 17 minutes and did my best, quite a lot of what I do address it in the book. Ladders. Look, I mean, the first thing is that what happens before a kid is 5 is fundamental. And I think one of the kind of grievous crimes was to take the kind of startup the initiative to help kids between the ages of under 5, the Sure Start centres. There were 3,500 of them in 2010. There are now only 1,000. And the evidence is that whether it be health outcomes or educational outcomes, they were going strong in 2005, 2006, 2007. So now, nearly 20 years on, you can see what, in young adulthood, the impact of the intervention was. It's been dramatic. That is one ladder. A second ladder is to make certain that actually that non-university education is financed as that the availability of places is on the same basis as for university. If you apply to go to university, the Robbins principles apply both in England and in Scotland. There'll be a place for you. In Scotland without tuition fees, in England you have to pay tuition fees, but the same story. Apprenticeship, further education, that's not the story. That's financially capped. And so there's a huge kind of underinvestment in people who haven't got A-levels. And it's a kind of class divide. It's incredible. You privilege the middle class by saying that there's unlimited places for you at university, and you deprivilege kind of working class kids and say, I'm sorry, it's financially capped. It's an offence and needs to be redressed. But I was shocked that Esther McVey, the Minister for Common Sense, suggests that we should do away with kind of EDI. I mean, for me, the Equality Act, equality, diversity, inclusion are kind of fundamental principles about kind of promoting and having access to career advancement in the organisations that we all part of. So stand by that. I also think the curricula of what's taught needs to be much smarter. I think that emotional intelligence, the capacity to hear, to listen, to empathise, is as important as mathematical skills and reasoning skills. So we need to rethink the curricula. A chap called Howard Gardner, who's an educationalist in the States, has talked about the whole range of intelligences apart from kind of the obvious one of academic intelligence. So much more. And of course, Ladders Up requires that the capitalism in which one's climbing and the companies in which one's climbing up are companies that treat people properly, that curate their human capital, that recognize trade unions, that engage their workforces, don't regard them as notations on a spreadsheet to be discarded at will. That is also a fundamental part of kind of having ladders requires people to offer ladders up which you can climb rather than knock them away, and recognize that's integral to the kind of company you want to be. Too many British companies, partly under financial pressure, partly because in this non-we society in which they've been operating, have too little support to help them train. Training expenditures have gone down, 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 down. Incredible story of the last 25 years. And that's another aspect of kind of the society in which we live, and which I think, everyone recognises can't go on like it's been. So just a few indications from me. There's much more in the book, by the way. There's housing to be dealt with, the criminal justice system to be dealt with, so much more. Social media, kind of what to do about the degraded public square, millions of things for the but that's just a few of them.
And we should just say, Will, which we'll say again in a minute, that Will will be doing book signings during lunch. For those of you who want a copy of the book and Will's signature on it, that's going to be possible over lunch. Is that right, Will?
That's right.
Good. So two more questions before we go. The third sector. I just want to come back to that. You've previously written about the importance of a not-for-profit sector within the British system. What's your views about that now? There's many people here in the room who work in the third sector.
Well, I got myself into big trouble, actually, with both the Labour Party and Liberal Democrats back in 2010, when I was slightly kind of duped into speaking out for the big society, which I understood to be a kind of way of bigging up the third sector. But of course, David Cameron's view of it was rather different from mine. It was sort of the big society was going to kind of infill as you withdrew the state. I never saw it like that. I saw the third sector kind of working kind of more sensitively and more agilely, kind of, and sometimes with a degree of kind of public funding to yeast it, to play a critical part in creating social capital. You can't have one of the central tenets of my thinking is you can't have a strong economy with a strong society and vice versa. And for both, you need an agile democracy and an agile state. And you don't get a high investment economy without a high investment society in which trust relationships are kind of understood, kind of, A, to be important, and B, actually, kind of that you actively go around trying to create trust relationships. One of the best ways of creating trust relationships is actually through the kinds of work that third sector organizations do. So, and again, I mean, what I'm trying to do with all my thinking is, in the same way I'm trying to kind of fuse an ethic of socialism or an ethic of the social with progressive liberalism to create a kind of new basis for a we action. And the way I'm trying to fuse kind of not have a just transition and environmental concerns over there and social concerns over here. Similarly, I don't want to think of the third sector as something kind of on its own and apart. It's a fundamental kind of flywheel, a fundamental cog in the societal structures.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Last question is this one. How do we increase the understanding of the general public of the kinds of transitions required here that you've been describing, because the person who asked the question says this will facilitate better political and business and investment decisions. And by the way, Michelle says she's running out to buy the book right now.
Good on you, Michelle. Hope you're followed by others. Look, I mean, two things on that. I mean, first of all, we're a nation of gardeners, nation of fishermen, fisherwomen. I mean, everybody who has any engagement with nature knows it's changing. Farmers are kind of mourning that they're kind of low yields this year because they sodden fields, etc. I mean, the idea that actually this is that it's gone up by progressives like Will Hutton and others, that there's climate change, and actually we on the right have got to push back on it, which is a kind of core view of Sunak and people around him, hence the moves he's taken. I think is fundamentally mistaken. And actually one of the interesting things was, it wasn't just kind of Sadiq Khan who did well. I mean, Greens did well in some extraordinary places, in Oxfordshire, in Suffolk, Hampshire. I mean, the Greens did very, very well. And actually, in the Shires, Tory men and women in their 50s, 60s and 70s, they can see the climate is changing. And actually this talk that it's not, or that you can carry on as we have been hitherto, they can see that's wrong. So there's a big kind of bedrock of support. And actually, the British remain big ESG investors. I mean, there's £9 trillion of funds invested in the UK stock market, of which 3 has got the ESG label on it, and very little has actually a kind of, that's not the case in the States where ESG is under assault, but here in the UK and in Europe, it's holding ground. It's one of the many ways in which the idea that the Brits were kind of yearning to kind of ape their free market kind of cousins across the Atlantic in the United States and become kind of Hayekian utopian entrepreneurs. Absolute nonsense. I mean, we are kind of as European in our thinking as kind of any French woman, Italian, Dutch, kind of Spaniard. I mean, we share so much, and consequently. I think there's much more groundswell in favour of this. It just has to be triggered. And again, I've just written another lives obituary for a great friend of mine called Catherine Geeve, who was a kind of leading kind of women's liberation movement woman in the 1970s. And I mean, and she and kind of people like her, you women like her, kind of passionate about kind of slaying misogyny. It's not done, we all know. But actually what those women achieved in the 1970s in actually changing the mindset in little more than a decade, by speaking with one voice, if you were a man, you couldn't carry on kind of inhabiting the thought categories that you had, because the national conversation was changing, led by individual women taking responsibility for the change. And I think the same thing is true in the 2020s. I think every single person in the room has to take responsibility for making the change on the agenda of this conference. It's up to all of us to make the case. And actually, the kids are already making it. Kind of, we say we hear them, and we go one step further. I've got 3 grandchildren. I'm expecting more. I really don't want them. Kind of, when you see the kind of nature. I was in South Africa recently, and I was just what kind of unbelievable nature. Kind of the Highlands of Scotland, the Trossachs. I mean, bloody hell! It's the beauty, and not to hand this on to our grandkids. It's just such an act of a vandalism, and the we society continues over time. One of the great things about a we society is it's intergenerational. And here's the thing. I love the Greek proverb which says, the great society is a society in which old women and old men plant young trees, knowing they will never shelter under the tree's boughs. I'm north of 70. I'm here, I make this argument, I'm going to carry on making it until I drop. But actually, it behoves all of us to make the argument. Make the argument. The structures are there for us to operationalise. The evidence is before our eyes. We can convince the young. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Will Hutton. Will, thank you so much. So at lunchtime, Will is available to chat to people, sign copies of the book, and for those of you who wish to do that, he'll be there. During lunch, we'll also reinstigate the zones that we had before, but not until after 1 o'clock, because what we want to do is to avoid congestion while you get your food. So please enjoy getting your food, and then the zones will kick off at 1. Blue zone if you want to talk about built environment. Yellow zone to talk about food, food security, circular food. The pink zone to talk about all other things circular. And the green zone if you want to talk about finance. So all of that's in train. We'll start again at 2 o'clock. Now, in the Q&A you've been sending me, there's at least 15 questions that are, what is Glasgow Chamber of Commerce doing about X and Y? And that's not part of the conference agenda, but there are people from the Glasgow Chamber of Commerce here. So I'm just going to ask everyone who's an employee of the Glasgow Chamber of Commerce or an office holder, could you just stand up and wave to the room? Let's give them a big round of applause. Please stay standing. Glasgow Chamber of Commerce, thank you for making this happen. And these are the people I'd like you to address those questions to during lunch, because they'll be able to give you a really good answer to your very good questions. And then we'll take all of those questions to the Glasgow Chamber out of the chat. And that's it. We hope you enjoy your lunch break. Please be back here sharp at 2 o'clock, because we've got a fascinating afternoon. Join me once again in thanking Will Hutton.
Thank you.
you got to see Will Hutton and get a book signed? Hands up if you did. Ooh, very good. Well done, Will. That's excellent. And how many of you enjoyed the lunch? If you enjoyed the lunch, hands up. If you didn't enjoy the lunch, hands up. Okay, names and addresses of you three. No, it's okay. Couple of points before we begin. In a minute, I'm going to ask you to go back into Slido and share your thoughts on polls 6 and 7. Just to say, we've had the question, what's happening to all of the questions that you're sending in? And once again, thank you very much for sending in the questions. What we do is, where we've got questions that are coming later in the day, for example, this afternoon, we're going to have a session on universities in a minute. We're going to have a session on the built environment. We're going to have a session on design. We're saving those questions for then. When we've had a topic that's now completed, we're taking the questions away from there so that we don't ask the wrong questions to the wrong persons. And where you've sent us questions for Glasgow Chamber of Commerce, I hope that over lunchtime you got the chance to ask people one-to-one those questions. If you didn't, by all means send those questions to the Chamber, because this morning we got a lot of questions about what is the Chamber doing, but we didn't have people on the stage to answer the questions. I can see that poll number 6 has already started, so they're a bit ahead of me. Anyway, let's go for poll number 6. What will improve the economics of sustainable innovation? We're coming back to what Will Hutton was saying earlier. Is it tougher regulation, reforms to encourage longer-term investment? Is it more investment in climate tech? Is it carbon accounting and trading? Is it shareholder activism? Is it pension reform? Or is it all of the above? Please vote now. We've got 40 people voted. Let's get 100 voting, which means a lot of you have got to get your phones on and get into this. Very interesting that almost nobody said pension reforms so far, which of course is a big plank of His Majesty's loyal opposition's approach here, the idea of increasing the amount that pension funds can invest in local action from roughly 2%, the UK norm, to roughly 8%, the European norm. That's interesting. Tougher regulation and enforcement seems to be his. People really believe in using regulation and enforcement. Reforms to encourage longer-term investment. I suppose that's part of the pension reform. More investment in climate tech is doing well. We've got 67 people voted, so let me ask you, a few more of you, to get your phones out and get into this, because there's at least 150 people still in the room. Carbon accounts and trading, only 1%. That's very interesting. Most of us believe that until we get to the point where individual firms, households, and people have carbon accounts, it's very difficult to hold individuals to account for how much carbon they spend unless we do that. So we're up to 73. I'm going to urge a few more of you to get your phones out. 77. Let's get to 80 if we can, who voted. Glad to see, though, that you think all of the above is needed. It's an integrated approach. We'll obviously come back to that later. Okay, well, we're nearly there. So let's go to, there we are. We've got 80. Very good. Let's go to question 7 then, which is about universities. Can we have question 7, please? Great. So how should universities address climate change? In a minute, Professor Sir Anton Muscatelli is our first afternoon keynote speaker. Is it to integrate climate change into all courses? Is it to create net zero campuses? Is it lead research? Is it drive rapid adoption of innovation? Is it enable more startups within the university ecosystem? Or is it upskilling the workforce? Or is it procuring only sustainable products and services? How should universities address climate change? Please keep voting. Integrated in all courses seems to be coming through very strongly immediately. And lead research on climate issues is getting close, isn't it? Let's have a few more votes, please. We're up to nearly 70 here. Create net zero campuses, 11%. Procure only sustainable products and services, 6%. And I can't see on my screen the percentage that are enabling more startups to solve problems. So maybe there aren't many votes there. Maybe they're going to show us that. Okay, well, nearly 90 of you have voted, and 36% say lead research on climate issues, and then upskill the workforce comes first. Earlier this morning, you gave a big round of applause to the University of Glasgow for being the key partner of COP24. I'd like you to do that once again as we welcome to the stage the Principal and Vice-Chancellor of the University of Glasgow, Professor Sir Anton Muscatelli. I think they're probably giving you that as a fail-safe, Anton, but there's a microphone with a lectern if you prefer. Sure.
Well, thank you very much, Greg, and good afternoon. I'm absolutely delighted to be able to join you at this second Congress of Business. The University of Glasgow, as Greg mentioned, is very proud to partner with the Chamber of Commerce and the City to support the Congress of Business to deliver our common goal, which is accelerating action for a sustainable future. I was asked earlier why that is, and I think one of the essential things is that it brings so many different stakeholders together. It's not just businesses, it's grassroots organisations, community organisations, and the drive to net zero is not something that can be done by any individual organisation, but it requires community action at all levels. And when I was invited to speak last year, and it's great to be back, I said that there's a reason why Glasgow has the potential to pave the way for the just transition to net zero. And it's because I think our city has continued to embrace change through the centuries and innovation with it as well. And let me use my own institution as an example. We've seen some of the brightest, we've seen some of the best and pioneering inventors and innovators choosing to study, choosing to research and teach at the University of Glasgow. And in fact, next month, we'll be kicking off celebrations of Lord Kelvin's bicentenary, the bicentenary of his birth, and one of my most famous alumni, and of course, not only a great scientist, but also a fantastic application of that science, a fantastic engineer. And what we're going to be doing is evaluating Kelvin's legacy and how he shaped the future of learning and research in science and engineering, and why this still matters today. And in line with today's theme, we'll also be looking at how Kelvin paved the way in some of the key technologies of the time, of course, technologies, communication technologies like the telegraph, and many, many other inventions that he patented. And now, of course, 200 years later, or 150 years later from the time when he was actually active, we actually, have a whole new range of technologies that we're wanting to adopt. And I'll shortly say a bit more on some of the vital R&D that's taking place at the university, which is supporting Scotland's drive to net zero. Now, innovation is, of course, also woven into the fabric of our city's heritage. We have a very proud history of shipbuilding and industry here in Glasgow, but Glasgow is now very much front and centre of some of the major high-potential technologies and sectors for the UK. In the last 5 years, Glasgow has consistently ranked in the top 20% of the top 100 most innovative cities in the world. Ranked second in the UK behind London as an emerging tech destination. Around a third of Scotland's life sciences base is situated in the Glasgow city region and around the Central Belt, with more than 120 health startups. And in case you think health isn't related to net zero, it absolutely is. Climate change is going to bring some really difficult and wicked health challenges. So actually health innovation is there amongst net zero as far as I'm concerned. And the UK government has invested in 11 levelling up innovation accelerator projects across a range of areas, including in quantum technology, in virtual and extended reality, in fintech, in advanced engineering and precision oncology. And the city region is also going to be benefiting to the tune of around 160 million of funding through the Treasury's investment zone scheme in recognition of the strength that we have across Glasgow and the surrounding area. And great credit to the Glasgow Chamber for leading a lot of that work that led to our city being identified as one of the investment zones. And Glasgow also boasts 3 innovation districts, and in fact you're currently situated in the one that we helped to lead, the Glasgow Riverside Innovation District, or GRID as we call it, so welcome to GRID. I think it's fantastic to be here in SWG3. It's one of the University of Glasgow and GRID's key partners. There's so much that SWG3 and others like the BBC and Pacific Key just across the river can contribute to the development of Glasgow's cultural and creative economy, particularly as we seek to strengthen Glasgow's reputation in digital and creative technologies, something, again, that's a priority for my institution. And in terms of reaching net zero, there's a really important role here for the arts, for the humanities and social sciences. All too often this is seen as a technological challenge, but it isn't, it's a societal challenge. And there's a huge amount that people can do here, from Scotland's music industry and our social scientists to helping to understand consumer behaviours. And in fact, you really have to see some of the fantastic work that some of our students and some of our researchers are doing in this area of the arts and humanities and social sciences. Our colleagues in the Adam Smith Business School at the university have been working together with major industry partners on a global soil health programme. We're seeing people working in areas of consumer behaviour. So it's not just about STEM subjects, it's about what we call the SHAPE disciplines, the humanities, the arts, that whole cultural area of cultural disciplines that really add to our society. Now here in GRID, we also see an opportunity to reimagine that proud Glaswegian industrial heritage that I mentioned earlier for the 21st century. GRID stretches across the River Clyde, encompassing a number of the city's key assets, including the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital. However, GRID is also home to some of the highest levels of relative multi-deprivation in the UK. So it's a real challenge of driving that technological change, but also making sure that it benefits the communities that we have around the GRID, the Innovation District. And whilst we know that we've vast R&D and innovation strengths in the cities, we know that there's equally complex and stubborn socioeconomic inequalities. And this is the kind of theme I know that Will Hutton tackled in his book, that it's not just about driving change, it's also how we can create a we society. And part of that is exactly what we face here in Glasgow. And that requires us to tackle in tandem the climate emergency and the ingrained social inequalities within our communities. There's no point aiming for a net zero future if we don't create opportunities for fairer outcomes in our most vulnerable communities. That societal change that transition will simply not be accepted unless we can do that. And we're therefore working collectively with our partners in the GRID, particularly Glasgow City Council and Scottish Enterprise, applying what we see as a quadruple helix approach: academia, industry, government and the local community, working hand in hand to drive sustainable economic growth. And we're focused from the outset on two core themes for GRID: life sciences and health, and sustainability. And let me come to the quadruple helix in a moment. I will share two examples which I think highlight this quadruple helix approach in practice. One example is actually showcased in the hall where you were having your lunch. It's our Gallant project, which sees the University's Centre for Sustainable Solutions, which is using Glasgow as a living lab to develop new sustainable solutions for the climate emergency. Gallant brings together a variety of organisations, including Glasgow City Council, the UK Research and Innovation Natural Environment Research Council, and local third sector and climate action groups together. It was launched in 2022 with £10 million of funding from the UK government, and Gallant is focused on 5 key themes: addressing flood risk, future biodiversity, tackling biodiversity loss, regenerating derelict and polluted land, improving active travel, and tackling sustainable energy through empowering local citizens. It's not only about the science, it's about how we actually apply that. And a key part of this over the last 2 years for Gallant and our researchers has been leading a series of workshops with Glasgow City Council officials and over 130 Glasgow-based organisations. This work culminated, as you see in this slide, with the launch of the Glasgow City Portrait in November last year. Essentially, it's a snapshot where the city currently lands in terms of environmental and social impact. And the portrait, I think, was really important because it outlines how Glasgow could become a home to thriving people in a thriving place while respecting the well-being of all people and the health of our planet. And importantly, it highlighted the relationship between the climate emergency and, as I said a moment ago, meeting the needs of local people. Colleagues hope that this blueprint can be used to help businesses in the city reframe their own practices. So it's about bringing some of these learnings to business and understanding what more businesses can do to reach net zero in a way which doesn't just benefit their bottom line, but also benefits local communities. Another example from the GRID is the development of our new Health Innovation Hub, just adjacent to the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital. And this hub, which we've started to develop very recently, will catalyse new innovations in healthcare and life sciences. It will provide space for some of Glasgow's most promising new spin-outs, like Chemify from the University of Glasgow, which received 36 million of international investment just in its first funding phase to use digital chemistry to promote faster and more efficient and more environmentally sustainable drug development for diseases like cancer. And importantly, the hub is also going to provide hundreds of jobs. Ring-fenced for the local community in Govan, which is why, as I said, inclusivity is so important here, as well as opportunities for skills development with local college partners. So it's not just about universities, it's about how we can work with the local colleges to provide jobs within the Glasgow Riverside Innovation District. But you may well be wondering why this example matters in the context of net zero. As I said, health, sometimes you say, is that really net zero? Well, our transition to net zero will be the most radical economic transformation of our lifetime. Some of you will remember a report by McKinsey, the consultancy company in 2022, which estimated that the annual cost of getting to net zero by 2050 will be around $9.2 trillion, or about 6.8 trillion pounds. And the world is already spending around 5.7 trillion a year to lower the impact of fossil fuels. However, McKinsey suggested that an extra $3.5 trillion is needed every year. So every year we need half of all corporate profits in 2020 and 1/4 of all tax revenue. That's a huge amount, or 7% of household spending as an investment. That's absolutely massive. And earlier this year, Chris Stark, who is formerly the chief executive of the UK's Climate Change Committee, he's now chair of the Carbon Trust, and he's an honorary professor at my university in our Centre for Public Policy. He said that the real fight is making the UK's economy competitive with other countries that are investing heavily, not only in renewable energy and electric vehicles and other green technologies, but actually across the board on innovation and investment to try and create those new industries that are going to thrive within that net zero world. And he said, and I quote, and this is really important, "We are talking about cleaning up the economy and making it more productive." It's that "and" bit which is just as important. And it's no surprise for me to say that the UK, it won't be a surprise to you if you hear me say that essentially the UK has a problem in this regard in terms of productivity growth. So if we want to achieve what Chris has just said in that statement, it's not only about investing in these net zero technologies, but also trying to create better productivity growth so that we actually have the resources to invest in what the transformation that our society needs. I was really struck by this aspect of Will Hutton's book, and I know Will have talked to you earlier about his book, No More Mistakes, but he really does highlight the importance of driving productivity through the right kind of public investment, And Will rightly points out that both on the left and the right of the political spectrum, this is not a problem of any particular part of the political spectrum. We need to provide consistent governance, a consistent governance structure to put the country on a different and better track. We were just talking a moment ago during the break about the importance of trying to think of an economics ministry at the UK level. The approach that the Treasury has perhaps taken as a finance ministry has drowned some of the join-up around productivity. Now, that's not going to be easy. These are large amounts of money that I talked about. There is no magic money tree. Please, please do not listen to anybody who tells you there's an easy solution, because if they're usually trying to, it's snake oil economics generally. There is no easy solution here. And we've already seen, certainly in the UK and in the Scottish budget recently, just how difficult some of these choices can be. But there will be a need for society, I think, personally, to accept a higher cost in terms of taxation, to pay not only for public investment, but to crowd in some of that private investment. So telling people that it's all going to be all right and it's not going to cost you anything, I'm afraid, will not work. There's a real pressing need for private investment and industry going forward in ensuring that we're funding the R&D innovation that we need to reach net zero. And make no mistake, I include my own institution in this regard as well. I mentioned earlier to somebody that if we did an evaluation of our own economic impact, We account for 4.4 billion annually in terms of economic output. We're one of the biggest economic agents in Scotland. We employ just under 12,000 people. We're one of the first universities in the UK to declare a climate emergency, and we launched our Glasgow Green Strategy in 2020 to try and really drive down towards net zero over the period to 2030. We're a signatory to the City's Sustainable Charter, and I'm pleased to say that this year we completed divestment from fossil fuels, a promise we made in 2014. And we're at the cutting edge of R&D in Scotland for net zero. For example, Professor David Flynn is part of a major new national research hub which will help to upgrade and decarbonise the UK's complex and interconnected transport infrastructures through technologies such as digital twins. We have 4 Glasgow projects that were awarded funding last year from the Scottish Government to focus on green hydrogen research, including a Glasgow Airport Hydrogen Innovation Hub, and to support the work that we do in Clyde Hydrogen, a university spin-out that's interested in low-emission, cutting-edge hydrogen production solutions. Or another Glasgow spin-out, Solasta Bio, which is led by our bioscientist, Professor Shireen Davis, which is looking at novel, next-generation green insecticides and pesticides. And not just in Glasgow, but in our campus in Dumfries, which hosts our School of Social and Environmental Sustainability, we have researchers looking at a broad variety of areas, from sustainable tourism to environmental risk and community resilience. And this year, we just launched 3 new research centres focused on public policy, on data science and AI, and sustainable energy, which is going to contribute towards our understanding of the climate emergency and the technologies required to reach net zero. And in fact, our colleagues from the Centre for Sustainable Energy will be contributing to many of the discussions at the All Energy Conference taking place at the SEC later this week. So if you are attending, please do visit their stall. And as I mentioned earlier, we see the grid as a massive opportunity to explore what more we can do, particularly to support the delivery of Clyde Mission, particularly to encourage inclusive entrepreneur in the city. And last year, the grid was announced by the Scottish Government as Scotland's first ever whole systems innovation demonstrator as an innovation district. Known as Grid Discovery, this initiative is going to allow the university to work with partners to remove some of the traditional barriers to innovating quickly. It will see us create a series of innovation testbeds and pilots, and this could, for example, see us work with researchers and industry to create solutions to tackle emissions from the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital and many other projects. And today, this really is a call for interested businesses. I'm here to really tell you, do get in touch if you're looking to trial new innovations and products within our Glasgow Riverside Innovation District. Our Economic Development and Innovation team would be delighted to hear from you. We are a test bed. We're here to try things out, and we'll work with you in partnership. And in terms of our role in getting the city to net zero, we're also committed to ensuring our students are equipped with the skills. That was one of the questions in the Slido that Greg showed. Yeah. Absolutely, we're doing that. I actually wanted to answer all of the above because, yes, we are going to give the students these skills, but it's not just about that. We know that our commitment to create the workforce of the future is important, but it's also across a broad range of activities. And finally, and perhaps my most important message, is that innovating to net zero requires collaboration across the board. No single body, no single business, no single institution is going to be able to do this alone. It requires collective creativity. It requires a collaborative spirit. So we launched, together with the University of Edinburgh, we catalysed a new initiative last year called Scotland Beyond Net Zero. And the reason we did it, it was back in January actually, it wasn't last year, it was back in January. And this initiative was really not just exclusive between Edinburgh and Glasgow. We're going to show you a short film in a moment. But it was really an invitation to other universities, to other partners across Scotland, to come together, to share knowledge, to catalyse research and better inform policymakers. So I'd like to finish by showing you a clip that we put together for the launch of Scotland Beyond Net Zero, and hopefully this will play if those controlling the slides can show you. So you didn't hear the audio there, which is a shame because it had some nice music, but you saw in the subtitles the key messages. As you can see, what we think we have as a responsibility as Scotland's two biggest universities and the biggest research and development powerhouses. We feel we have a responsibility to catalyse some of the work in this area. So we're coalescing around key themes: clean energy, storage, decarbonisation, green transport, community empowerment and climate justice. And I'm delighted also that the other institutions in the city of Glasgow, Strathclyde, Glasgow Caledonian universities are also signatories to this initiative, which Edinburgh and ourselves launched, and will, of course, provide their valuable expertise to this mission. So to conclude, I think there's a lot of work to be done. There's a huge amount of work, particularly here in Glasgow, but we have, I think, a duty as a community to come together and grasp this opportunity with both hands. We have a real history of ingenuity, of innovation here in the city. We've shown that through the centuries, but we now need to, I think, capture this opportunity. So I look forward to the discussion with Greg. Thank you.
Great. Anton, thank you very much indeed. I remember your inspiring presentation last year, and I have to say, I think you've gone even further this year. I took the note that you took us back to Glasgow's history of innovation, not because you were being nostalgic, but I think because you wanted to remind us of what's possible when you have ingenuity and common purpose between people. You spoke a lot about the university then as an anchor, and you particularly focused on Grid, which I think was an example of how place can be a concentrator and an enabler. You spoke about society and a different kind of society as a kind of common purpose to which this is organised. And then you told us about the Quadruple Helix, the Gallant Initiative, the Health Innovation Hub. You made the point about the right kind of investment to really provoke innovation. And then you spoke really about the contribution of the university to the city of Glasgow and its decarbonisation. You dwelt for a little bit on skills, and then you went into this much wider collaboration that's happening in Scotland with the other universities. And I salute you and your colleagues for what you're doing. Questions already started to come in, Anton, so maybe we can pick some of those up. There are people in the room who want to know, great to hear that the university is encouraging students to look at climate change and the climate emergency and climate action as part of their course. What about executive education and education with small businesses, large corporates?
So absolutely, that's going to be key. So a variety of things from more micro level. We also have created a number of upskilling courses, which hopefully will be available to individuals. But we've set up a new centre, which I mentioned earlier, the Centre for Public Policy, which will sit alongside our Adam Smith Business School to drive much more around executive education. So absolutely right, which is why I mentioned I was really delighted that people like Chris Stark have become associated with us as honorary professors. We're bringing in many more people who have real expertise in this area, who can support some of that executive ed, because you're absolutely right. I mean, some of this is really very new. I was I was a non-executive director in one organization that was trying to bring in more responsible investment, and it's amazing how really that expertise isn't there on day one. Yeah. You need to really, upskill your workforce.
Great, and people are also very inspired by what you said about places. There's one question that's about how is the university campus itself becoming more climate friendly, but there's also, I think, a broader issue around, well, how does an initiative like Grid, how does that get led and convened? Are you the president of Grid, or how is Grid organised is part of the question?
Very, very happy to tackle both of these things. So what we do in our campuses is important, partly because although we're only one small part of the city region footprint, there is if we are going to be an anchor institution, we've got to demonstrate that we can get our own act in order, which is why I was very pleased that we put together Glasgow Green as a strategy. And actually, I've just come this morning for our monthly senior management group, bigger senior management group meeting. We have weekly meetings, but the monthly one deals with bigger issues. And we were actually talking about whether we're putting enough money into that sustainability agenda. Some of it is around the quality of the buildings we're putting up and getting rid of buildings that aren't very friendly in terms of net zero. But partly it's also about how we collaborate across the city on things like district heating schemes. So the Health Innovation Hub that I mentioned, we're in discussion with organisations south of the river about what we can do around that. Yes, who runs GRID? So you'll be glad to know I do not run the University of Glasgow on my own. If anybody tells you they're running the university themselves, do actually question whether they're doing it properly. My vice principal for economic development and innovation is McCann, who actually I think the hope was she might take this slot today, but she had another commitment. But she chairs our Economic Development Board. We've put together a really good team of people who have experience in policy making. And we have a wide range of stakeholders around that Economic Development and Innovation Board. And so GRID is run with the advice we get from that board, but by my senior executive team to make sure we're getting the right balance of our investments and what we can leverage in through other organisations.
Okay, that's really good to know. And then there are a couple of questions that came up earlier, Anton. So one of them is an issue that Will Hutton raised, where he basically said that in order to achieve the renewed social fabric that we need to have for this transition to be inclusive and just, we need to have the same sort of prestige and the same focus on other kinds of tertiary education as well as universities. So does that find expression in your relationships with colleges and others? How does that work?
Well, absolutely. And I've already mentioned that as part of the GRID development with the Health Innovation Hub, we know that a lot of the jobs that we wanted to create there, for instance, around lab technicians in our digital chemistry labs and our life sciences labs, these are not jobs of people who are coming out from university. These should be coming out of FE. So we're actually working very closely with FE, and we're open for business. We're open for partnership. We're looking forward to working with all the colleges, not only in Glasgow but beyond, to look at what opportunities there are, but also with universities. I mean, one of the really interesting things for me about the complexity of tertiary education is that, again, careers are becoming less linear. People might start off in an FE college studying, to be a technician, around a life sciences lab, but actually may progress all the way through to, doing a PhD and working with a highly innovative SME in health tech.
Sure.
I really think it's our duty again to work together between FE and HE. But no, we're working very closely with the colleges and open to many more partnerships as well.
Anton, as you speak, more questions are coming in, which is great because you're so succinct with your answers. Somebody asked the question, which I guess you could take two ways. How do you upskill current educators to inspire current students? Is there a need to do that?
That's a really good question. I mean, to some extent, it's we do that. I'll tell you what's at the core of our learning and teaching strategy. It's been very much around a shift away from traditional learning and teaching towards more what we call active learning, which is about smaller group teaching. In fact, one of the new developments on our campus was the James McCune Smith Learning Hub, which in addition to having one big lecture theatre, most of the spaces are actually digitally enabled active learning spaces where we're working with groups of 25, 30. Yeah. So we are incentivizing all of our schools to say, don't think about big lectures as being the be-all and end-all. And part of that is about giving professional development opportunities to our colleagues to change the way in which they teach, because we know that young people don't just want to be lectured, they want to contribute. And, obviously, we've got to be careful here. I mean, I'm not one of these people that believes in turning a whole world upside down. There is knowledge that we need to impart. But there are ways of doing this in a way that inspires people, as I think the question implies. And that is what we're trying to do, I think.
Great. I think that you're absolutely right. That's at the heart of the question. It's inspiration. Another question along a similar theme. It says, some universities are doing innovation, but they're doing very little commercialization. They're not creating jobs in manufacturing tech or exporting globally. How has Glasgow University done this differently? Because you seem to have really had an impact here.
So we're having an impact, but again, I wouldn't claim that we've got it perfectly right. I think we are evolving. This is such an interesting and complicated question, which would probably require a couple of hours, which we haven't got. But I think one of the problems the UK has had in terms of commercialization and the fact that we are highly innovative in our universities, but often we lose some of the best ideas, it's to do with the size of the market. Often many of these companies, small companies, end up being bought or taken over by companies, usually in the United States, because the market's bigger and also it tends to be much more commercial, particularly in areas like health, where of course what you have over there is a highly privatized health system. So we need to provide countervailing balance to that. I was actually involved in meetings with the current Chancellor of the Exchequer, where I was on the advisory board of the spin-out review. And there isn't a silver bullet. I wish there was. I mean, I wish it had to do with golden shares or, what proportion we invest or what. No, it isn't. It's much more complicated. But I think what we are trying to do now is we're trying to be much more attentive to these companies I mentioned Chemify, which is one of those companies that's gone from 0 to, I think, now about 80 jobs within a matter of months following level 1 funding. Now, the danger with all these companies is you lose them overnight. Now, we've been working very closely with SE, with Scottish Enterprise, with the city, trying to provide facilities for them to set up their manufacturing capacity here, as opposed to a low-cost base. On the basis of skills, etc. It's only going to be, of course, in some of these sectors where you're talking about advanced manufacturing. There's no point trying to pretend we could do this in terms of manufacturing devices that could be simply done at very low cost somewhere else. But so A, we've got to be selective. B, we've got to look after them at the very beginning. And C, we've got to look at a way in which we continue to fund these companies during that phase when they go from Series A to Series B and so on. And we don't lose them at that point. So. But often it's actually about simple things like space and management expertise that they need to get them through that early phase. So I hope that really isn't only that's not only scratching the surface of the issue, as you know, Greg.
I do. And what's happened here, Anton, is there's a deluge of questions now, all on similar themes. Let me put this one to you, because it picks up on what you were just saying. How can SMEs collaborate with the spin-out companies and the university itself, working together to support each other? There's a lot of SMEs in the room that are perhaps not university spin-outs, but what can they do to get closer to that?
So one of the things we're trying to do, and often it is about back to those external economies of scale you mentioned earlier, Greg, around location.
Yeah.
One of the things we're trying to do around grid, one of the developments is around the Church Street frontage in the lower part of Myers Road. We're going to try and create spaces there that hopefully companies that want to be close to us, and not just our spin-outs, can co-locate. Health Innovation Hub and Health Innovation Hub 2, hopefully, if we manage to achieve that, will again be spaces where there'll be anchor tenants, like some of our big spin-outs, but hopefully there will also be space there for other highly innovative SMEs that say, well, this is the space for me to be, because I'll be next to some of the ideas that are coming from a university like Glasgow. So I think some of that is around as creating those external economies of scale.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? That if you curate the locations, then the collaboration can flow more easily. Let's take two more, Anton. Literally, there's hundreds here. Somebody says the ARC, A-R-C, is a fabulous part of the University of Glasgow. Do you have plans on how to use this to continue to engage with the wider community on these key issues?
So absolutely, yes. And the ARC, for those of you who haven't visited it, by the way, the ground floor is open. There's a cafe there. You can just walk in. One of the things we've tried to do around the campus development is to create spaces where the community can come to us and find out more about it. So the Advanced Research Centre has key themes and has labs around high-tech areas like quantum technologies, digital chemistry, global sustainable development, etc. But on the ground floor, that's all about our engagement with the community. So you can come there and there'll be exhibitions about the kind of work the university does. You can come and have a coffee in our cafe. You can meet some of our scientists. And we've already, I think, engaged with around 15 to 20,000 members of the public over doing regular festivals, also for young kids who want to learn more about what it's like to come to university. So yes, absolutely, and that's what we're trying to do. It was designed with that in mind, community engagement in mind. Same with our Claris Bears building, School of Health and Wellbeing, which houses the Byres Community Hub. Volunteer groups can book spaces there to come and use some of those spaces. So absolutely, it is about working with the community.
Right, Anton, if you don't mind, we are going to do two more. Sure, so number one is about finance. This is a combination of 3 or 4 questions. One version of the question is, are you using green finance yourself as a university? Another version is, do you think that the Scottish National Investment Bank is doing enough, and are you working with them? And thirdly, if there was more investment available, what more could you do?
Gosh, That's again,
big.
Half an hour. So when we took our, we have tended to borrow for our own capital investment. We did most of our borrowing, surprise, surprise, when interest rates were really low. And we did it for, and we judged it rather well, I thought. But it meant that we, a lot of the instruments that around green finance, like sustainability bonds, sustainability and sustainability-linked bonds and similar instruments, they weren't quite as well developed. So if you look now around the UK higher education scene, you'll see that a number of them, UCL has just taken out a major bond. A couple of other institutions have done sustainability-linked debt and covered notes. So if we were doing the same thing now, absolutely, of course we would, because there is a premium to that. We could actually, you know, it's a fraction of a certain, it might be 10, 15 basis points, but actually it is good finance. So we will be doing that in the future. It wasn't quite as well developed when we were doing a borrowing, and I'm not borrowing at the moment. You might be surprised to hear that. But
well, we know you time your borrowing very well, so I'm sure you're not borrowing right now. The last question seems to have dropped off my screen, but it was essentially this: there's a number of people in the room here, Anton, who are in the early stages of their careers. They're skillful people, they're trained people. They want to become much more integrated with these efforts, and they want to know how they can learn what they need to learn to be a champion for, you know, climate change and climate adaptation, as well as whatever else they're doing. What's available for the early stage career professional to really engage?
Well, I think that's a really good question. I think this is where we probably need to do more, because I mentioned earlier what we're doing around executive ed. I mentioned what we're doing around upskilling courses, but we recognize that that's still quite a distant relationship. So one of the things I would love to do, as the university develops its footprint around that innovation and economic development space, I'd love to create more spaces where those kind of young professionals could drop in and engage with our community of scientists and innovators, as well as some of our students who've set up, you know, student companies. But there is a kind of more porous. At the moment, we don't have that. I'll be frank. We haven't developed those kind of spaces. Spaces like the ARC are very much research spaces with some innovation. But as we develop some of that innovation infrastructure, I'm kind of hoping we can do more of that. But meantime, if you have an innovative company, if you set it up, if you're a young person, and you want to engage with our economic development innovation team, you've got something that you think is complementary to what we do, I would say get in touch, and we'll see how we can engage.
Great. Anton, it's been such a pleasure to speak to you. You've been brilliant at answering so many questions. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Sir Anton Muscatelli. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I'm going to give Anton the prize for answering the most questions with the most evidence in the most succinct way all day. And thank you very much, Anton. We really appreciate it. Now, we're moving into our session of the day where we're going to focus very much on the built environment. And as many of you know, the built environment is one of the sectors that is both hard to abate in certain ways, but it's also a sector where there is a massive concentration of carbon. And therefore, anything we can do to innovate in climate change in the built environment is obviously really useful. And so I want to welcome up to the stage our speakers, and I'm not sure what order they're going to come in on, but let me welcome Billy McFadden, who's the Director of Finance and Development at the Scottish Events Campus. With him, Professor Graham Ross, the Director of Austin Smith Lord. With them, Nicola Barclay, who's the Chair of BEST, and with her, Dr. Roddy Yar, who's Director of Sustainability at the University of Glasgow. Just take your seats wherever you like, lady and gents. And why don't you give our panel a big welcome. So the idea of this is that every question you ever wanted to ask about the built environment and carbon and decarbonisation should be asked now. I've still got the questions that some people sent earlier. If you like those questions, favourite them so that they can go to the top of our list and we know they're the ones that you want to see answered. I'm going to ask them 2 questions each, and I'm going to ask them to be pretty brief with their answers so that we can develop the dialogue with yourselves. And Nicola, if we may, I'm going to start with you. Is that okay?
Of course,
Great.
ladies first.
Yeah, great to have you here with us. So why don't you start by talking a little bit about what you think some of the practicalities are in addressing the built environment and its challenges. And I'm going to ask you, in a sense, what inspires you about that agenda, and what is it that gets you out of bed in the morning and keeps you going?
Okay, just a little easy question to get us going.
Yeah.
Well, I'll start with what inspires me.
Yeah.
So I've recently taken over as the chair of BEST, Built Environment Smarter Transformation. Many of you will know it as the Construction Scotland Innovation Centre, which I think kind of tells you a bit about what it does. They do so many amazing things, really innovative, creative things. And so Anton talked about that quadruple helix, actually, and that relationship. We sit in the middle of a spoke with academia, private, public, and communities. And we try to be there to help everybody get towards net zero. And they do so many amazing things in their innovation factory in Hamilton. Things that really tick my boxes is one is the passive house training that they do. Now, we haven't quite got to passive house standard in building regs yet, but it's the direction of travel that we can all see that we're going in. And this gives anybody who's involved in the built environment the opportunity for hands-on, really practical training. And that's great in itself. The thing that excites me is the impact it's having within the construction industry. We're having tier 1 contractors, 5 of the big tier 1 contractors from across Scotland coming together to work together to learn how to build passive house. And they come into our factory and they practice and they get all the detailing right. They bring their supply chains with them and then off they go and they build these schools, colleges and houses as well. And the feedback I had from one of them was not only are they building really good buildings, but the staff are happier. And they're happier because they're focusing on quality. They're working collaboratively as teams. Nobody is really kind of cracking the whip, telling them you've got to get it done. It's got to be done right because Passive House requires constant accreditation all the way through the process. And the biggest benefit, and again, this week is Mental Health Awareness Week, the staff are saying they feel happier, they feel as though they've got much more pride in their work. And what a wonderful positive spin-off from doing the right thing in terms of building to then give the right kind of feeling to your employees. So that's the kind of thing that gets me out of bed in the morning.
Fantastic. So I'm going to ask them all the same questions, by the way, but we're going to get different answers. So Billy, I'm going to come to you. What inspires you in this space of the built environment and climate?
Yeah, I think from the SEC's point of view, we compete in the global market in many events. For example, hosting COP was a great event to come to the UK. We compete regularly on the world stage, so we have to look at how our campus can be sustainable, how it can be modernised, and how we put our best foot forward. And I'll use a practical example. We won an event for 2026, 7,000 international delegates to come to the campus, and they sent a panel of 10 to the SEC for a week to evaluate the SEC. They evaluated the sustainability, what we did with food waste, single-use plastics, and spent a week on campus. We presented to them, and they left really, really positive with what we're trying to do. So we have to be competitive. We have to bring events to Glasgow, create economic impact. So it's really part of how do we keep doing that.
Great. And I think we're going to hear a bit more about that later on. And obviously, it's a very busy week this week for the Scottish Events Campus, isn't it? Let's go immediately to Roddy. Same question then. What is it that inspires you in this area of the built environment and the climate?
Yeah, my job at the university is to basically operational sustainability. So I'm constantly looking for opportunities to repurpose and reimagine the built and natural environment resources we've got. So we have 6 operating assets across West Central Scotland, 377 buildings, about 345,000 square metres of GIA. That is a footprint for us right there. But we also have opportunity to really think about how our land that we've got at Cocknoe Farm, for instance, and the built environment assets we do have to work harder for us. So lower carbon solutions around PV, the heat resources that we've got underneath the ground, the river, Clyde, 1 gigawatt of heat potential in the Clyde. We're adjacent to the Clyde, close to the Clyde, similar to the SEC. So how we reimagine in a climate emergency is a big part of why I get up in the morning, as well as the need for reducing our demand, changing behaviour, upskilling, all the things that Anton mentioned previously that a university does, against the backdrop of a significant need for change. So, yeah, that's what gets me out of bed in the morning.
God, I'm sure it does. Making me, a university that's 850 years old, thinking about a river that's many, many thousands of years old, and how those two things work together. That would get me out of bed in the morning. Graham, let's come to you. Welcome. What is it that inspires you in this area? What is it that gets you out of bed?
Well, at Austin Smith Lord, we're a multidisciplinary design practice, and by nature, that work demands that we work in collaboration with our clients, with the communities with whom we're working and whom we serve, and working in collaboration with experts and expertise, some within the room, some beyond the room. Our mission is, and our purpose is very much around enhancing life and environments by design, and the power of design as a tool to enable through co-design to try and develop solutions to address the climate emergency, to address the social and environmental justice topics that have been talked about this morning are critical, but also starting to kind of redesign the way in which we plan, understand what goes where and why, who needs to work with whom, and so working with policymakers, working with colleagues on the panel, and working with third sector and academia, that's something that really inspires us, and using that in a way that can then be applied to enhance everyday quality of life and tackle not only the issue of decarbonisation, but the ways in which that then touches upon the health, well-being and the economic agenda as well.
Great, thank you very much, Graham. And I've got a second question that I'm going to put to them all. But before we do that, I'm going to come to you, Billy, because there's a question here that's been lingering in my inbox since about 9 o'clock this morning. And it says, why are certain processes that are trailed for large sporting events and then removed afterwards, e.g. a travel card that covered all the modes of transport? Why are they removed afterwards? Why couldn't we keep that kind of thing going that we've done for special events in the city, where we really incentivise people to use public transport, for example? Is there any reason we can't keep all of that going?
We've seen it through COP, through other events such as Commonwealth Games, but it's really not in our gift to do it. We're the venue. We host over 300 events a year, so it's part of a wider policy. So it's not really the SEC's gift to do it.
Great. So people need to talk to the Scottish Government and the Council to get that done, do they?
Yes.
Yes, they do. Okay, great. So my next question is really about innovation, because our brilliant panellists have talked about what inspires them. But I really want to know now, what are the innovations that you think are able to make a difference? And I'm also going to ask you, how do we take them to a scale where they're having a meaningful impact on what we're trying to achieve here? And Nicola, it's back to you.
Oh, thank you. One of the things that's been touched on a lot today is retrofit and the challenge. And it doesn't sound innovative because it's actually a really hard thing to do. And we can have great creative ideas out here, and it might help some typologies of buildings. But a lot of the buildings that we have, the existing housing stock, the existing factory and office stock is already there. So what we're building new is not going to make a massive difference in changing the dial. So retrofit is so important. Now at the Innovation Centre, we have 2 factories. We recently opened one officially, and our previous First Minister, Humza Yousaf, opened it in February. And it's the National Retrofit Centre. So not only inside the building will we be doing a lot of work on retrofit and learnings and teachings and training, but the building itself is going to get retrofit. We've just received a £1.2 million grant to retrofit this steel frame factory. Now, I was there in February when we did the open, and I really wish it had been retrofit because it was freezing in there, and the poor First Minister, nobody had told him bring a coat, and he was shivering. So, people are working in these places, and we have to make sure that we are providing accommodation that is comfortable for people to work in, as well as the net zero agenda. So this retrofit project is going to be a living lab. So anybody else who has this kind of property within their own portfolio, if you're a landlord, and we have thousands of these boxes all over the UK, come and see us as we retrofit it. Come and learn from us. We're going to be putting digital monitoring in so we can measure the performance. We won't get it right all the time. We talked about that earlier. We can make mistakes and we can learn from them. And then we can share the knowledge, because we can't individually scale up everything, but we can share our knowledge and collaborate with others so that ripple effect goes right across the country. And that's when we'll make meaningful change.
Great. So retrofit will be the one. And did you want to just say something else about taking to scale? Is it to do with the way you do the retrofitting here and how it becomes replicatable? What are the scaling issues with it?
I think we just need to be careful we're not reinventing the wheel all the time in our little silos around the country. So open source data, being really honest about what's gone wrong, learning from each other, sharing the knowledge, amplifying all the lessons, because I don't think we can rely on one organisation or one pot of money or one solution. I mean, there's a lot, if you talk about retrofitting of housing, which is my background, there are so many different housing typologies. We talk about air source heat pumps. We can't realistically put those into the tenements of Edinburgh and Glasgow. So we have to look at different solutions for those buildings. But let's find out the solutions and share and make sure that we are sharing that as widely as we can with all the actors in that space and not being protective, which I think can be the natural way of private business. It's my intellectual property and I want to have the competitive advantage. But if we don't succeed in the climate change, crisis, to what end?
Yes, so the whole idea of collaborative advantage becomes important, doesn't it? Let's go, if we may, then to Billy and ask you the same question. What's the innovations that you're pursuing, and how can they be taken to scale?
Yeah, I'll just add to the point that Nicola made about retrofit. I think there's a fear out there of retrofit. I'll use a practical example. At the moment, we are renewing our LAN and Wi-Fi network. It's 12 years old. We're spending almost £4 million on it. We put it in 12 years ago. When we put it in, it was, how do you monetize it? How do people pay for it? Now it's a given. It's not monetized. It's part of it. So my view is that retrofit is part of the way going forward. When you're replacing assets, renew them in a green way. So that's part of what we're doing. We've carried out a retrofit study. We now have an off-gas solution, the SEC. In terms of our plan, we've developed a very comprehensive net zero strategy, and we've looked at things that may work or not work. And I think, picking up from what Nick said earlier on today about collaboration, we've looked at many aspects of this. So, for example, we looked at wind. It would give us great output, but it doesn't work. So we look at our neighbours. We looked at hydrogen. Doesn't work. At some point, maybe do a refuelling station on site as live touring decarbonises. But our strategy is very much around get off gas, generate on site, and get efficiencies in our campus. So the first thing that we've done through things like LED installs and actually a real great staff education programme, we've reduced our carbon footprint by 38% in the past 3 years. So we can see real data on it now. To go further on that, we will use the river. So we'll use the river for heating and cooling. We'll go off gas and we'll host a river source heat facility that will serve not just the SEC but the wider area. So it will serve far more than what we will do. We also did a geothermal desktop feasibility study. The outputs are phenomenal. They would heat maybe 20% of the city. We won't pursue that at the moment because there is risk to that, but it's there. It's there if someone wants to pick up the mantle, and there's a good investment in it. So the river's a really good part of it. We will start our solar PV install this year. The latest data is it will produce 63% of our daytime power use in SEC. We can run over 120 days a year with on-site generation. And how good a message would be at All Energy next year to say that we will run the event from on-site generated power. And then as the heat network installs, we'll come off gas, so therefore it'll be a carbon-free event. To support that as well, we'll install battery. So again, we've got a nighttime economy, so we will use during the day. Again, some days we don't have an event on, we have an event night, we'll store it, we'll use the power, so we don't waste any of it. We'll EV charging, overlay that with the retrofit study, and overlay with some other off-site and assets we're looking at in conjunction with Glasgow City Council, and we'll head to a net zero position. Backing all that is infrastructure. COP was a great catalyst for infrastructure. We put in electrical infrastructure on the campus. We've recently completed a 32 MVA substation in conjunction with Spain. That would power the SEC 8 times over. So there's massive electrical infrastructure, probably the most unconstrained site in the UK for a green future. So that's part of what we're doing, as well as our expansion, building a net zero hotel and pulling it all together as one project.
And I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, that you have established the ambition to be the first net zero event campus in the world. Is that right?
Yeah, we've also published a 2030 roadmap. So that's out, we've shown the steps and we've shown the years, and we were out public, and that's what's there. Our sectors demand it. They demand that you push forward. It's became the #1 ask of any of the events we bid for, and that drives the economic impact massively. So we have to be at the forefront of it.
Great. So a quick poll of the audience. Who would like to see the Scottish Events Campus in Glasgow be the first net zero event campus in the world? If you would, please raise your hands. Thank you. If anybody doesn't want that, could you raise your hands? So, Roddy, what help do you want from, Billy, what help do you want from them?
From the audience?
Yeah, what do you want from them?
Yeah, I think the key word's collaboration. You know, I've spent time with Roddy. Nicola and I are engaging today. We're going to host a board meeting, your next board meeting at site. We're going to bring the experts down. It's all about chatting. You know, I'm the finance guy, the background. I get kilowatt hours and kilowatts mixed up. But you can develop a strategy with the right people around you. You can understand the assets you have to use. So it's about collaboration, more chat. Some great chats last night, and I'll continue the chats. And invite anyone to go and see what to do, because everywhere there is people with great ideas.
Because I imagine this as Glasgow's 4th innovation district, right? This is the innovation district for the built environment, and you're doing it. So absolutely fantastic. Hats off to you. Roddy, what about the innovations that you're looking at, and how do you take them to scale?
Yeah, so we're seeking to make all of our assets, the 6 operating assets that we've got, energy carbon neutral in operation and climate resilient. So we haven't really talked about the changing climate that we have significant different typologies of buildings. So, some respond well to changing climate, some less so. So that systems approach is our kind of innovation. So thinking about the finance, thinking about how to operationalize these interventions in a live university. We can't close. We're heavily intensive research facilities across our assets. So, we have to think about how the systems that we adopt can support that. So some of the things we're looking at that I would say are more innovative, because I'm not sure they're truly innovative, are we're looking at that circular approach to heat. So a big part of our footprint is gas, not surprisingly. We're lucky, again, this is really why I get out of bed, because we're really lucky where we're placed in dense urban environments. We have access to waste heat from the sewer. Without going into detail, there's a huge amount of heat in that network, which we're adjacent to at Gilmer Hill in the West End. So we're working collaboratively with Scottish Water and with their technology partner. We think we can transition using a waste heat resource away from gas into our existing 6-kilometre network of district heating that we've got. And we want to expand that further, and we're making plans to do that. So that will significantly change our footprint for that gas by around 62%. And it's adjacent. It can link into our existing network. It can also think about our community responsibility, so it can transition to other parts of the city in that network zone. It's aligned with Scottish Government policy. It's aligned with the local council's LHES, Low Carbon Heat and Energy Efficiency Strategy. But what it isn't aligned with is power. So we need access to clean, affordable power. Our energy bill has tripled over the last 5 years. We're not in control of it. So innovation around how we generate, store and manage energy at a local place-based level for our business, our core function of research and teaching and excellence in that, but also our responsibility as a civic institution to think about our communities and the businesses, SMEs, large and small, around our places. So that place-based focus is hugely important. It's a significant strategic imperative for us. So, that's one particular scalable solution that drives a larger heat network. It uses a resource that generates a revenue for our water company. You know, a national asset, a strategic asset. So we think that's the right track for that particular asset. But we've got 5 other assets to decarbonise and make climate resilient. So we are looking at lots of different energy vectors, but also with a community focus at the core of what we do. We want to be able to offer people and places access to that heat network as much as our own access and our own priorities. So we think that's helpful to our society.
So you become a hub of the district network where you're able to share the costs and benefits with other people. But because you're the anchor, you're able to drive the investment for the transition.
Yeah. So we need to de-risk those investments. And I think being an anchor institution with a strong covenant, we're not going anywhere. We're not going to up sticks and move somewhere else. We're rooted in our commitment to our communities and our place within Glasgow and the city region.
Thank you so much. And questions are flooding in. I want to hear from Graham first, but do keep sending your questions. And if they're for a particular person, do say so, because otherwise I'm going to put them around slightly randomly. Graham, thinking about the innovations that you're involved with, what are the key innovations and how do you get them to scale?
We've had the great privilege of being a lead consultant on the recently completed district regeneration frameworks for Glasgow City Centre, looking at 400 hectares of the city centre. And it was an opportunity to speak with anchor institutions, just as we've been hearing the power of those anchor institutions to be part of the drive for that change, but also working with local resident and business communities and the wider civic community in the city centre to understand the adjustments and the changes that need to be made to enhance the everyday experience of the city, but also to face into the big issues and scale up and address the issues of decarbonising the city centre. In our own practice and in our own work, we've had the joy and benefit of being involved in greening the grey of the quaysides down at the Science Centre. So we did the Outer Space project just over the river from the SEC, looking at ways in which to improve biodiversity, to take a nature-based solutions approach, which we heard about earlier on. We've had the great privilege of being involved in redesigning Partick interchange, so understanding the need for that seamless integration of different modes of transport to make it as convenient and reliable as possible to encourage that modal shift. And that's coupled with our current involvement in over 54 kilometres of active travel network for the City Council, again working in close dialogue with local communities. So all of those point to a need to, I suppose, repurpose and retrofit the city. And just on that, clearly one of the big issues we're dealing with in the city centre is addressing and repurposing vacant and under-occupied space, much of it listed, much of it stubbornly under-occupied for a long period of time. So very interested to understand ways in which we can address issues of innovative policy, innovative procurement, community wealth building at a local level to really energise and capitalise on the expertise we have here in Glasgow to get things done, but also then having a really compelling message to investors and green finance beyond so that we can do it at scale. And so we were using that city centre piece as very much a kind of calling card, a prospectus in terms of what the city should be doing, needs to do, and try to make the case. And just, if you'll permit, Chair, one other thing that I'd like to say in terms of as a practice, we've also greatly benefited from the encouragement and support of the Chamber and indeed the City Council as an SME and as a member of the Chamber. We've been a participant and benefited from the Step Up to Net Zero funding, so we had the benefit of a Net Zero coordinator. So I was at least fortunate enough to be able to put my hand up earlier on when Will Hutton said, do you know what your kind of position is with respect to the carbon agenda? And I think it's fantastic that we've got that kind of level of support for SMEs, and it's opportunities like today for us to then share that knowledge, share that learning. And indeed, my temptation earlier on was just to kind of lock the doors and say, right, Greg, let's all try and work through this agenda here and now today. Because you really get the feeling that there's expertise and knowledge right across the sectors to address some of the big challenges and the big issues, not least in terms of how we upskill our young folk in the city. So again, with the Chamber, through the My Climate Path agenda and the Climate Heroes, We've been working with St Mungo's Academy in the city centre and looking to inspire young folk to think about the green economy in ways in which it doesn't have to be in the construction industry or the design professions, but ways in which they can participate and engage in this, because they have to be part of that innovative future.
Great, thank you so much. Now, you won't believe how many questions are coming in, and according to my clock, we've only got 6 minutes more. So I'm just going to say to everyone, we're going to take an extra 5 minutes here. Hope that's okay with you, Anna. Right, and because we so many questions here. Billy, there are 3 questions for you, and I'm just going to tell you what they are, and then Nicola, there's about 3 for you, and then we're going to spread it out. So, Billy, so one person says 38% reduction in SEC's carbon footprint. Could you provide some examples of the type of education you gave your employees to kind of get on side with that? And then there's a question about whether there's a scope 3 dimension in your net zero strategy, i.e. all of the induced activity that comes from third parties and everything else. And then they wanted to know what was the risk with geothermal.
Firstly, education piece. We set up training modules in our flow training system and let everyone see all the benefits of being efficient, switch off policies, etc. We also have set up a green committee, so the committee can then lead innovations and drive it through the business. So that's really useful. In terms of the geothermal, it's a desktop study. The initial well would be about £20 million. The desktop outputs are really, really strong, but you don't know the answer till you actually drill it. So it's not one for SEC to take the risk on. Right. But again, huge outputs if it's positive. And geothermal is becoming more and more popular. There's more sites in Europe, etc. We did that in conjunction with Halliburton. Halliburton drill for oil. They know how to drill for it. And as I say, every day is collaboration and a school day. Being on a call with 14 geologists, and they want to explain to you what they're doing was fascinating. Yeah. Final point?
The final one's about scope 3, third-party suppliers and other people who use your campus but aren't in your direct control.
Yeah, a lot of what we do is labour-driven.
Yeah.
So very much it's the people that deliver the events, be it security, catering, etc. So the footprint there is not as big as what people think it'd be. You know, we focus on reducing our waste. Things like we've brought that down from 12% our carbon footprint. We've reduced it by 75%. We do have an idea of what Delegate's carbon footprint will be. We have calculated those numbers. Again, that's not in our scope, but we know where it comes from, and we've ran the data on various years, so we know what the background is of it.
Great, and I think what people are looking for perhaps in the longer term is what's the active strategy for anyone who uses the campus and how you know the standards that they have to perform to be on your campus. Nicola, there's 4 questions on retrofit, right? So one of them's a simple one, which is where are the grants, please? Do you know where the grants are? But there are 3 others. So one is, what's the big challenge in relation to retrofit? What are the risks? What makes it difficult, particularly in Scotland? Then there's one about historic buildings in the city centre, and then there's another one about residential dwellings, particularly multi-occupancy buildings. Any insights about retrofit in relation to them?
Well, firstly, if you can find the grants, please tell me. I think that is one of the biggest challenges, is that at the moment there doesn't seem to be this big pot of money where people can go and retrofit their own properties, or if you're a landlord, retrofit your properties for your tenants, although that was covered off earlier today and maybe innovative finance is on the way. Let's hope so, because I think that's the only way we're going to scale it up. Talking about the different typologies and you know, the tenement blocks, the flatted blocks, we're not going to be able to put an air source heat pump on the outside of each of these. I mean, Graham, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're going to have to look at things like district heating, you know, looking at your anchor, your anchor providers who can then provide heating. It was interesting sitting here listening. Little personal story. My daughter is at Glasgow University and lives in a really pretty old grotty flat on Byers Road. And they were too scared to put the heating on this winter because it was so expensive. And so they spent all of their time in the library because it was the only warm place to go. Now, if that's what students, middle-class students, let's face it, are doing, I hate to think what people who don't have that opportunity are doing when it's cold and they're in a drafty old flat. So retrofitting, we have to think of the fuel poverty side of it. People who cannot afford to heat their homes, how do we make sure that these buildings are warm enough? So if there is money out there, I firmly believe that it should be going to local councils to retrofit council properties, to housing associations to retrofit their properties for social tenants, because those are the people who are most affected by high fuel bills. We all are, but some of us have got, you know, a little bit more cushion where we can cope with it. And I can't remember what the other question was.
It was multi-occupancy historic buildings.
Historic buildings.
Yeah.
One of the big challenges, and I know somebody put a question in earlier about this, is about VAT. So if you're building new build, it's 0% VAT, but if you're doing refurb in an old one, it's 20% VAT. I think if it's listed, you've maybe got some kind of leeway there. But you immediately have a very uneven playing field. So if we're going to try to bring some of these older buildings back into use, we need to make sure that the VAT system is fair. I mean, for me, I would say it would just make it 7% for everybody. You know, so it doesn't matter if you're new build or doing refurb, just level the playing field. Make it 20% for everybody. It doesn't really matter, but just make it the same for everybody so there's no disincentive to be refurbing our old buildings, because actually the minute you start knocking buildings down, that's when you're increasing your carbon. And you know, everything indicates that you should be holding on to your old buildings. I mean, look at the building we're in today. Somebody could quite easily have knocked it down and put up some flats, but we have this amazing, quirky, creative space because somebody has had the vision to say, no, let's hold on to it and make it useful. And the amount of carbon saved by doing that should not be underestimated, but they don't get rewarded for it.
No.
You know, so yeah, I think creativity, but it always comes back down to money and finance and taxation, so make it fair.
Graham, we're going to come to you because there's a range of eclectic questions, many of which are about the city centre in one way or another. So we're leveraging off the question about historic buildings, and people are saying, what do we need to do to create the right environment for preserving our creative buildings and using them again? And then there's 2 or 3 others, but go for that one first.
Okay, well, I'm glad that Nicola picked up on the VAT issue, because I've got it down here as an aid memoir and I forgot to mention it earlier on. I think that's fundamental.
Yeah.
And it's something that perhaps the Chamber and others can help to lobby. And if we're going to really look at that retrofit agenda, we need to ensure there's at least a level playing field, or better still, that we're incentivised to be retrofitting those buildings. I think the other aspect is the need to find a kind of presumptive yes with respect to a discussion when you engage with regulatory authorities in terms of how to bring buildings back in use. That's not to say that we lower the bar in terms of regulation or quality, far from it. In an era post-Grenfell, it's absolutely vital that we make sure that life safety and that fire regulations and other aspects are absolutely attended to. But trying to find ways in which we can be innovative, flexible, try and establish a kind of green tape approach to bringing back buildings that have either been long-term under-occupied or vacant, I think is absolutely crucial. There are a number of wonderful listed buildings that Glaswegians hold dear that have been long scaffolded, and oftentimes when we were speaking with them, the river and the heritage of the city centre were the 2 things that Glaswegians hold dearest, and they really do cherish these things. It's part of our collective memory, it's part of the collective story, and it's vital that we find innovative ways to bring them back. So getting round the table, all of the different participants, be it the statutory authorities, building owners, local communities, not to pass risk and liability to those that can't take it on, but to find ways in which it can be done in a fair, equitable and reasonable way, I think is absolutely crucial. And that collaborative spirit and working through solutions is something that Glaswegians very much want to see.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Graham. Now, there's 2 other questions for you. One of them builds on what you've just been saying, and it says, do you think the wider business community fully understands the potential impact that stranded assets have on the built environment?
I don't believe we do, and indeed I think it's very difficult to get a handle on the extent to which there are stranded assets or assets where we've maybe got absent landlords, landowners in place, and even in terms of vacant and derelict land as well as built assets, that can be quite a challenge. We were fortunate enough to have Dr. Mark Robertson of Ryden on our team on the city centre piece of work, and I know that he was then commissioned alongside another collaborator of ours, Nick Skelton, to do a series of reports for the Chamber looking at ways in which to bring back into use vacant and under-occupied space. And I think having and Mark would also say that there's a need to have a kind of hands-on approach sometimes. Quite often we've tried to let the market bring things forward and it's just not happened. And when that occurs, I think we need to be bold, we need to be brave, we need to look to the to local authorities and other agencies to say it's time to step in and it's time to actually call out those landowners who are not investing or who are letting the city decay and take them out of the game if needs be with compulsory purchase or something else.
Great. We're going to come to Roddy in a minute, but there's one more question for you, which somebody says, all these questions are from Anonymous. To tackle carbon, we can't limit by just planting trees to offset carbon or to help rewild Scotland. What should be the next step in terms of any significant carbon offset in relation to the built environment?
Well, I mean, even before you start talking about carbon offset, I mean, the fact is we've been talking in the construction industry about whole life cycle costing for years and actually trying to understand what not only the operational and the capital and operational expenditure is, but also starting to get to grapple with issues of carbon budgets. Now, I don't know how many of us in the construction industry in the room are actually engaging in that. I can imagine that, Roddy, you might be as a university doing that from time to time, but it's miles away from being mainstream. And I think if we're ever going to get talking about carbon offset, we need to understand, well, what's the carbon expenditure in Project X and Project Y? And if we're really going to try and address the retrofit agenda in terms of embodied carbon, we need to recognise the benefit of that asset in terms of embodied carbon. That then used as an incentivisation to say that's a good reason to retrofit, to retain and refurbish and repurpose, and to ensure that that's rewarded through intelligent commissioning, intelligent finance, and that green finance agenda that we spoke about earlier, or that colleagues spoke about earlier on. So I think that we're miles away from actually understanding what the credit and debit on the balance sheet is before we can get into the offsetting. But I think that the likes of the university could really lead the way in demonstrating how that's done so that can become part of the mainstream here in Glasgow and beyond.
Well, believe it or not, that was the next question for Roddy. So you've absolutely anticipated. We're going to have 3 questions for you, Roddy, then we're going to wrap this up if we may. But there's this question about, the historic assets that the university has and the wider challenge of stranded assets around. But then there are a couple of questions where people are saying to you, what do you think is really needed to take forward the district heating and the district cooling you spoke about earlier? And also, way back in the questions, there's one about, have you considered kind of community battery solutions for the campus and those sorts of things?
Right, yes. Yes to all of those.
Yeah.
The battery one first. We're looking at storage, electrical and thermal storage as part of a whole systems approach. So when we generate PV or wind, if we're lucky enough to be able to develop wind assets, how do we store that energy when we don't need it? We might export it, of course, but how do we play some numbers, some clever numbers that enable us to function in a carbon neutral way? So we are including electrical and thermal storage in our thoughts, particularly around assets that we have, access to the grid, such as at Garscube. We are lucky to be quite close to a grid supply point there, and we have land there. So yes, that's part of the agenda. I think the discussion about historic assets, hugely challenging. We've got some real fabric issues to deal with, and we're not the only university in Scotland. One to the east has even more issues than we do. Our iconic West End campus, for example, we have Victorian villas, we have terraces. They're hugely cherished, they're listed, but we need to tackle, we need to decarbonise those assets. So fundamentally, improving the fabric where we can, where we comply with the legislation, of course. But the district heating piece, that leads me into the kind of district heating piece. A, it's policy. B, there's huge opportunity and the resource is there, north and south of the river, and including the river as an energy source. So we need to build that pipeline. So that's the work that we're doing. We've got 32 feasibility projects, scalar feasibility projects these are, and these aren't just more metering, more controls. These are transformational projects that use existing technology, working with partners, thinking collaboratively at each of our assets, in each of our places. So, you know, the heat from sewage, I know it's a horrible subject, but that's a clean resource for us because it's low carbon. It's adjacent to two of our main operating assets, our teaching hospital at the Queen Elizabeth, and of course Gilmer Hill, as I've previously mentioned. So bringing forward that opportunity, the scale of it, that's a 50, 60 megawatt asset. So it's not just the university or the first carbon neutral hospital. It's Govan, Linthouse, SIMD issues. It's Talla's BAE System, Travelodge, the shops along Govan High Street. They should all be able to generate that, you know, that benefit in terms of their cost of operation.
Yeah.
Our energy bill is X, so is yours.
Yeah. I can tell you, Roddy, the audience agrees with you. The message is, let's get on and do it. I'm going to close this up here and just ask you to join me in thanking Roddy, Nicola, Billy and Graham. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much. I have to say, I wish we'd had a whole day for that panel because there's enough material there to cover us for a lifetime. Just before we introduce our afternoon keynote, we're just going to go back for our, not quite our final, but our penultimate poll. So could we have our next poll, please, where we're asking the question, which will come on the screen any moment. Can we have our poll? Great. What do you no, that's not the next poll. That's the, where are we? Yes, this one, number 9. What makes people want to change behaviour in relation to climate? Do you think it's rules and enforcement? Do you think it's designing appealing places and processes? Is it financial incentives and penalties? Or is it public education? Please vote now. And we'll try and get you all up there, and then I'll introduce our final speaker, and we will have another poll towards the end as well. Very good. Keep voting. That's 39 of you. The good thing is I can see how many of you are voting or not. So it's good if you can get your phones out and participate. Financial incentives and penalties is leading. Rules and enforcement's gone right down, which is interesting from earlier on in the day, isn't it? Where it was a bit higher up in your opinions. Maybe there's something to do with those who are staying here till the end, who've got a clear idea about this. We're getting up to just over 60 voters. We'd like just a few more, please. So financial incentives and penalties, designing appealing places and processes, public education, rules and enforcement. Not sure we're going to get any more, so let's pause that there and say thank you very much. Good to know what you think. And to say that, you know, our final keynote speaker of the day is someone who's familiar to many of you who live in Scotland because you see her very regularly on your TV screens. I have to say it's just a great pleasure and a joy to be able to welcome designer, retailer and presenter Anna Campbell-Jones to come and join me on the stage. Anna.
How are you doing? Can we sit next to you?
Anywhere you like, Anna.
Well, cosy up because it's the end of the day.
Yes. And, well, it's just so nice to have you here. And we saw just a glimpse for a moment when your name came up of something you might refer to later. So we won't talk about it now. Okay. But I suppose, Anna, you know, you've become a champion of this agenda, right, in the last period of time. So what inspired you to start focusing on climate, sustainability, renewal, and all of that?
Well, I suppose I'm up here more like as a punter, I suppose. I'm like a sustainability fan rather than a sustainability expert. And obviously, I've worked in the world of design and repurposing buildings, which is effectively what an interior designer does, for 30 years. And like everybody, like every human being, worrying a lot about the climate emergency and feeling that anxiety and trying to find ways that we can do small things that are manageable. I mean, I think some of the stuff that we've heard today has been so inspirational, and I feel really, really uplifted by some of the massive ideas these incredibly clever people and organizations are coming up with. But I think for a lot of us, we feel like, well, that's great. Those are like really clever people having all of those ideas, but we don't really know how to do something ourselves. So in the show, obviously we're going around people's homes and we talk a lot about the little things that people can do. That will make a really big difference. If everybody does something small, then a very big change can happen.
And when you think about the programs that you've made, the homes that you've visited, the people that you've spoken to, which of those little things have inspired you?
Oh, that's a really difficult question. I'm always impressed by homes where people have made an enormous emotional or atmospheric impact by doing as little as possible.
Right.
I mean, as a kind of generalization,
Yeah,
I suppose. People being really, really bold with colours, people repurposing things, reusing things in ways that are not cliched and that are expressing their individuality. And I think that there is a way forward where people can refurbish their homes in ways that last indefinitely, that things that can be passed through generations, but that also tell people about who you are. And I think, we are human beings, and yes, we can have systems and we can have policies and so on, but we also need to be ourselves.
Yeah, yeah. And you were saying to me earlier that, some of this is about authenticity, so let's come back to that in a minute. But before we go there, you're known to be somebody who understands what is human design, how does design work, what's the effect that good design has on people. What's your story about the role of design and sustainability? How do those two things come together in your view?
Well, I think designers in general are problem solvers, and design thinking is a kind of phrase that's put onto that. I mean, yes, we can design spaces in ways that encourage people to use them in a way that is more sustainable, I suppose. It's quite hard to think of specific examples. You had a really good example earlier, actually, of different sized bins, or to encouraging people to use the one that they wouldn't normally use. But I think it's about, I suppose, as a designer, you're making hundreds of decisions a day, and each of those decisions, whether it's a big one or a small one, you're always measuring it against whether there's something else that you could do that would have less impact or no impact.
Interesting. And in particular, I mean, I want you to talk about what you've been doing just recently and how you've built your brand, but I also want to ask you about other people's innovations that have inspired you. So where would you like to go first?
I was thinking about that, and it's going to kind of tie into probably what you're going to talk about next, but part of what I've been doing recently is forming collaborations with other Scottish designers and companies and manufacturers. And something that I think is very important, something that we've not really touched on today actually, is manufacturing in Scotland, and sourcing things closer to where you are is huge. So this is, I think when you get a problem and you assume that you sort of, the solution isn't necessarily what you think it's going to be. So with wallpaper, for example, anybody that's ever had wallpaper put up in their home knows that they'll end up throwing a lot in the bin because of the pattern repeat. And that's something that's always bugged me. And I would say to my decorator, hide all the bits that you've cut off in the van, because if the client sees them, we'd be really upset about how much waste there is, because that wallpaper is really expensive. And you wouldn't think that the solution would be to have a wallpaper that doesn't have a match. But that's what Glasgow company No Rules came up with. So I've been collaborating with them to create a No Rules wallpaper where there is no pattern match, so you have almost no waste. And I think that's that kind of left field design thinking being brought to a problem that has existed for, decades, maybe hundreds of years. Who knows how long has wallpaper existed? That's exciting, and that's something that brings joy and brings something new and life enhancing, as opposed to it always being a sacrifice to do something that's sustainable.
Yes, I think people can understand when you say there's forms of design that reduce waste. But then when you imagine it as wallpaper, it actually really comes to life, doesn't it?
Yes, yes. And it's something joyful and positive.
Yeah. So tell us, because some of us were at dinner with you last night and you gave us a wonderful story of your current venture, the brand that you're building and what it's doing. Tell us a little bit about that, because not everybody was there.
Oh, right. Okay, thank you. So, yeah, on the basis that, and I said this at a talk recently and people were a little bit horrified, but just by existing, we are harmful to the planet. So if we accept that just by existing, it's already a compromise, that we all do want to have beauty and joy in our lives, but we want to do it in a way that feels okay, feels like we're not doing harm. I decided to start my own brand just before Christmas, and it was a tricky thing to decide to do, because I'm in this world where interior designers are trying to encourage people to buy more stuff, and I'm trying to encourage my clients to reuse their stuff that we shouldn't be consuming, but we do, and we want to, and if we are going to, then we should do it in a way that's as responsible as possible. And responsible is a loaded word. I was discussing that with somebody at one of the breaks. And I accept that it's a work in progress, but I set myself a kind of challenge to create a brand that was not based on fashion, because I actually think that things being fashionable is part of the problem with consumption and waste. So to create a brand which is not relating to any kind of interior trends at all, and to create it as sustainably as I possibly can, and to have it made as close to home as possible. So 90% of it is made in Scotland. If it's not made in Scotland, it's made in the UK. All of the materials are natural. If it's cotton or linen, it's unbleached, organic where possible. And I see it as a work in progress. It's not perfect. And I'm actually really enjoying the challenge of trying to create something beautiful that's also sustainable.
And it sounds to me, I mean, in the textbooks they say that innovation is a product of constraint. And it sounds to me like you've adopted a position of constraint, that you'll only source materials that are local, you'll only source things that are organic, you'll only source things that don't have a pattern that means that they'll be out of fashion quickly. You've created a constraint, and around that you're innovating. Is that fair?
Yes, and I always think that's the most sort of fruitful place to create. Yeah. There's nothing worse than a blank canvas, actually. Nothing worse than no rules, if you excuse the pun about the wallpaper.
Now, I'm sure people, I was very fascinated by what Anna said when I heard her first describe this last night. So I became interested in all the things I might be able to buy. If we ask her nicely, she might tell us what's in the range. So why don't you just talk about that for a moment? And then we've got a few questions from our audience.
Okay, well, I'm looking forward to some questions.
Yeah.
So I've got cushions, with the covers are printed in Ayrshire and the pads are made from waste wool in Yorkshire. I've got woolen throws that are woven in Perthshire by one of the oldest tartan mills in Scotland. I've got home fragrances that are also made in Ayrshire, soy wax, not petroleum wax, obviously. And what else have I got? I've got stationery, again, printed here in Scotland. All of my paper products are all unbleached and recycled paper. Art prints, mugs, got some tea towels for a little bit of fun. And I'm working on new collaborations like this one that's literally just kind of launched in the last couple of days with No Rules wallpaper, but I'm also talking to other Scottish designers and manufacturers about some really exciting things that can be added to the range. So it's like a project, I suppose.
Yes. So one of our delegates says, are you able to produce these more responsible products in a way that is also accessible for many consumers, or are they very expensive, I think is the question.
Yes, I think that is the challenge, and I think that I'm asking questions of my suppliers, like the supplier that does my cushions. They're like, do you want them they automatically would send each individual cushion wrapped in plastic. And I had to make a very specific request for them not to, and then to source compostable ones for them to use. So they have a special bay for me with all my special weird eco stuff. And I think it's important for people like me to be asking those questions to encourage suppliers and manufacturers to adopt more sustainable practices across all of their operation. And until they do that, then the cost comes to me. It's not cheap. So that's why I have some things that are more fun in the range,
like the
that are like the tea towels, because because I want everybody to be able to have something in their home that I think is kind of cool. And I'm constantly working on finding ways of being more sustainable and getting the cost down, and that will come with hopefully scaling. If I can place larger orders, then I can get the unit cost down. But the main way that I'm keeping the cost down is by not selling into retailers, because retailers will have a margin of 2.5 times what I give it to them
so
for.
all the distribution is independent?
Yes. So that way it's the best possible price to the consumers by buying direct from AnnaCampbellJones.com.
Right, AnnaCampbellJones.com, I think you said. Now,
Did I say that?
I think you did. Gayatri was asking the question, how difficult did you find it to find the producers and suppliers who could produce the material at the quality that you wanted and with the right values and to have been produced in the right ways?
I mean, not easy, but quite fun. I mean, I quite like a challenge. I quite like, talking to people. Just went and spoke to lots of different people and asked around. And obviously, I've worked in the interiors business for a really long time because I'm really old. So I know quite a lot of people that I can phone up and go, where do you get? Who do you get? Who makes that for you? And I did get a lot of people going, oh, you get it so much cheaper if you get it made in China or whatever. And I was absolutely determined not to do that. I thought it's a work in progress. I'm constantly asking people, but it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy, but it was enjoyable. It shouldn't be. I don't know. Maybe things that are really rewarding aren't easy.
And there's a question that's come in that's asked in a very direct way, so I'm going to give it to you in a direct way. Why not make use of existing stuff rather than new stuff in your designs? Haven't we reached peak stuff, they say?
Well, yes, that's a very good point. And certainly with all of the projects that I do, I encourage my clients to reuse as much of their stuff as they possibly can. I suppose what I'm talking about is that it's not absolutism, that people do still want to have some new things, that actually if you get a couple of new cushions to cheer up your sofa, that's much better than buying a new sofa. It's much better if you can make your home feel more you. Maybe you don't have to move house or build that extension. That it comes back to what I was saying earlier, that it's shades of grey. We exist. We want to express ourselves. People will want to do stuff just by existing that's not good for the environment. And I kind of feel like we shouldn't beat ourselves up too much.
I want to come back to this issue with you in a minute, but we've got two more questions first, if that's okay. One person, by the way, there's a lot of entrepreneurs in the room, and they're always thinking about business models. So one person says, Anna, have you considered that instead of selling your product range, you could have a leasing model or a hiring model so that people could borrow some of your stuff, give it back again, a kind of sharing model where people would pay a lease to use some of it?
I hadn't thought of that. No. Do
you like that idea?
Possibly
not the tea towels.
I'm trying to think. Well, obviously not with. You don't want a second-hand candle either, do you? Really?
Yeah.
Although all of the packaging and everything is all designed to either be reused or is already recycled, not just recyclable. I mean, I've really given myself quite a hard time with some of my quest. Yeah, I don't know, and I think it's a bit like clothing, isn't it? Well, you would hire it, it would have to be a very short period of time, because you maybe wouldn't want like a bed throw that's been on somebody's bed for a couple of years, would you? Don't know.
No, probably not. No. There's one other question here that is about, they say it's a quick shout out to the fair trade movement that has had such a huge benefit for international communities. So overseas isn't always bad. Do you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, certainly if you've got any product that contains cotton, then that cotton is coming from overseas. I've been looking at maybe there's a cotton element in the product, but it's woven and finished in the UK. Or if it's cotton, it's organic. The next textile that I think I'm going to use contains some recycled cotton. So demand creates supply, and I'm excited because I think there are going to be more options for me to explore as I develop the brand further.
Now, there's somebody in the room either wants to be your accountant or is very worried about how it's all going to go. But they say, this is Darren, on scaling up, how do you plan, or at least plan to scale your business sustainably without compromising your values, your quality, your green credentials, the cost of the consumer? Are you planning, indeed, to scale up this business?
It's a really good question, and I've got a few thoughts about how I could do it. I mean, it either just carries on kind of bumping along at the way that it is just now, where my flat is a riot, but I can kind of manage it all myself, and maybe I get somebody to come and help me from time to time. Or I can get all of my stock sent to effectively like a large warehouse fulfillment centre, where the orders go direct to that centre and then they get sent straight out, which is what a lot of small brands do that don't have their own warehousing. So that is a way that I could scale it up. The other one is to license my designs to other retailers, like John Lewis or Heels or something like that. And the thing that worries me a little bit about that is then I would as that person rightly points out, I would then be relinquishing control over the provenance of where things had come from and who had made them and what their welfare and their sustainability was like.
The next question is, are you hiring, please?
I wish. I hope to be. That would be amazing.
Anna, we need to let you go, but it's been such a privilege to have you here. But I think there's something that you've been saying to us both today and in the comments you made last night, and I gather you had an amazing session with the young people yesterday morning.
Oh, it was such fun, yeah.
Yeah, that somehow your commitment to sustainability is also something about a commitment to self-expression and to authenticity. Do you just want to say a little bit about that before we say thank you and goodbye?
Yeah, I suppose it comes back round to what I was saying about, everything else that we've heard today has been really, really inspiring, large scale and strategic. And I think it is very important that we are our authentic selves and that we express ourselves through our actions and through the choices that we make, and that we are free to make those choices. Whether it's about, I buy all my clothes second-hand, but I also recognise that even buying second-hand clothes in some way still feeds fast fashion, if you're not careful about what those brands are. That we all have a level at which we feel comfortable that we're doing enough. I think we can probably all do more, but we should see it as an opportunity, as something, as a fun challenge rather than a guilty chore, and that through making those choices, that's how we are expressing our authentic selves.
Anna, thank you so much for being with us. Ladies and gentlemen, Anna Campbell-Jones.
Thank you very much.
And these are the designs.
Oh yes.
These are the designs.
That's how the wallpaper works. You just put it up however you want. Yeah. There's an example wall of it in the acid bar.
Great. Thank you so much, Anna. Well, let me just say once again, I mean, it's such a pleasure to have Anna here in the room, but thank you for all the questions that you sent her. I think we dealt with 80% of them, and I apologise to those whose questions didn't get asked. We're on the sort of final countdown now towards the end of COB, and what I want to do first is to go to our final Slido poll, if we may. So if you could get your phones out, I'd be very grateful, because this is not just a conference, as you know. This is a desire here to really trigger and stimulate you to take action as businesses and to spot opportunities where collaboration can be the core sort of ingredient of that action. So our question is, what action will you take as a result of being here at COB today? Will you, for example, set higher ambitions for your sustainability? Will you engage your board and your shareholders to accelerate change? Will you do increased innovation to drive net zero? Will you benchmark against peers? Will you develop new products and services? Will you do all of the above? Will you do something else? Please tell us what you're going to do as a result of being here. This is very important both to the Chamber and to everybody else who's here involved in COB, because we want this to be a movement, not just an annual event. And it's good to see you're voting. So improve skills and knowledge of colleagues is coming out very highly, which is good. And also engaging board and shareholders to accelerate change. Set higher ambition for sustainability. If you're one of the people who's written something else, put into the Q&A function what the something else is. And I'll try to read that out so that we can see what else you're thinking about. Proving skills and knowledge is still up at the top. It'd be great if we could get this onto the screen a bit more easily. Setting higher ambition for sustainability is there. Increasing the innovation level to drive to net zero, new products and services. All of the above 5% of you. Something else, collaborate with others. Thank you for who's put that in. Any other things coming into the Q&A would be very welcome. I'll read out a few more of those in a moment. We're up to 68 people voting. Let's try and get to 100. There are 100 people still in the room. So if you haven't yet voted, we'd love to see that. Apart from anything else, this is kind of a record of our day, right? So it's useful to know what you think. Other people are saying they'd like to share learnings. Some are saying collaborate and share skills with local organisations here in Glasgow. Collaborate with others. Engagement with suppliers, people are saying, is something that they'd like to do more of. Thank you for putting all of that in. Okay, we're up to 71, which is good. Build on new networking opportunities. Find new partnerships to accelerate change, people are saying. Read Will Hutton's book, someone's going to do. I'm going to buy some of Anna's wallpaper. That's going to be my contribution, if there's any left available. So that's good. And if we can... Yeah, we can only see, obviously, a bit of the vote here. Others are saying influence others to increase their ambition. Somebody else is saying they're going to increase their networking and really try to boost that. Find creative outputs, another delegate is saying. So what action will you take as a result of being at COB here today? We need 28 more votes, so please get your phones out if you haven't done that, because I'd like to get 100 votes here. And there's no more coming through here at the moment, but that's very helpful. I'm going to let you keep voting on that while I give you an attempt at a bit of a summary of what I think we've heard today. So, look, this has been a marvellous day because it's been a really interesting combination of different kinds of contributions. Some of them have been very entrepreneurial and very creative and very innovative. Some have been quite institutional. Some of the contributions have been from big businesses. Some have been from small businesses, others from leading experts. But I would say my summary goes something like this. I think there's been two very clear facts. The first one is that the climate emergency is a real and present threat, not just to our world, to our climate, to our habitat, but also to our businesses, our profits, our investment. The climate emergency seems to me to be narrowing the lines of business in which we can operate. It seems to be making it more difficult to source the things we need to source well. The climate emergency seems to be limiting the scale of investment that we've got, and also I think it limits people's hopelessness. And there's a lot of conversation about the challenge of climate change. And simultaneously, yet, because we're human beings, the climate emergency is a real opportunity. It's an opportunity for differentiation. You just heard a version of that, I think, from Anna brilliantly. It's an opportunity for enterprise, it's an opportunity for innovation, it's an opportunity for investment, but most importantly, it's an opportunity for systems change. If you listen to the speakers earlier on, whether that's energy systems change, or it's waste systems change, or it's product materials change, or it's scientific change, it's a big opportunity for systems change. And I think if you listen carefully to what Will Hutton was saying, he was sort of describing the end of a 45-year period in the UK's history where a certain model was adopted, and he's trying to encourage the emergence of a new model that has systems change at its heart. And if you like, a lot of what happened today in the conference was the articulation of the opportunity to use this climate threat to really achieve that systems change in various ways. Thank you to the 77 people who've now voted. But that will only happen, it seems to me, if other things pertain, and I think we heard about 9 things that are important. So if we're going to have the systems change that the climate emergency can bring, it's going to have to be something that creates a more shared form of prosperity, which means that our financial and our business models do need to change. So the conversation about green finance is about changing the financial models. The conversation about a stakeholder economy, the conversation about reformed capitalism, that's all about changing the finance and business models to create some kind of more collective and responsible sense of what is value. That was the first thing we heard. I think we also heard that we have to be able to connect the logic of capital that wants things that are investable, that provide returns, that create value. We have to connect the logic of value of capital with the value of place. That place is a way of creating and concentrating value, relationships and opportunities one with another. And if you can connect the logic of capital with the value of place, maybe something important can happen there. So that was the second thing I heard. I heard that this will only work if we're willing to re-engineer our social fabric and to create, as Will Hutton said, those new ladders of social inclusion, those mechanisms through which society begins to, as it were, weave itself together again, because the model of economy that we've been on has been very winner takes all and losers take little. A different version, if you like, of re-engineering our social fabric is very important. The fourth thing I think I heard was that we have to rebuild some international alliances, not because we want global trade, but international alliances because we have to share the risks and costs of the transition, and we have to build scale into the transition, whether it's the scale for renewable energy or the scale for electric vehicles or the scale for the circularity of the built environment. We heard a lot about that. We also heard that we have to regulate in ways that will support innovation and enlarge it and disperse innovation, rather than have the kind of innovation we have at the moment where a very small number of companies are able to capitalize on innovation because they bring corporate scale to doing that. We heard, sixthly, that we have to hold our utilities to account. There was a particular focus on water utilities at one point in the day, but energy utilities, transport utilities and others may be very important in all of this. We particularly have to hold them account for the environmental impact that they're having. The seventh point we heard is that universities are really important drivers of change, simply because they are big producers of skills, they're big investors in innovation, discovery, science and technology, but also they're very large concentrated users of land, so they can be anchors of change. For example, the district heating conversation that we began to have, that's very much there. The eighth point I think we heard was all about the built environment, that the built environment, because it's the single part of our economy that concentrates so much carbon and uses so much energy and creates the places in which we all active. Actually, it's not just a fabric that can be decarbonized. It's also a very visible system of change. So if you see your built environment, changing, behaving differently, being fueled differently, waste being managed differently within the built environment, maybe that also encourages other kinds of change. It's a visual catalyst for other kinds of changes. And then I think the last thing we heard was really about design, and it was very much from Anna, which is about how you think about using design, partly because this is a creative human act, to think about how you can create things that are appealing and differentiating and very distinctive, but how you can then, of course, use that to drive the use of responsible materials and products and creations that people will cherish and will be of very high value because they're cherished, but will not be a high cost to the planet. And if I understood what Anna was saying, I think that she gave some brilliant examples of how that can be done, if you like, a kind of creative and expansive frugality, if you want to put it that way. So I think those were the things I heard. I don't know if those are the things that you heard. I'd be happy to hear your version. But what I really want to say is I think today has been a day which has been very optimistic. It's been very purposeful. And I think it's been very hopeful that if we employ what Glasgow is good at and what generally business is good at, which is combining human talent with innovation, with technology, with some sense of a purpose that's well beyond any kind of short-term profit margin, actually that creates the opportunity for us to do things together in such a way that we become a sort of an unstoppable force. So I just want to say thank you very much for being here today. I think we're going to say thank you once again to all of our sponsors who made the day possible. We're going to say that we will have continued networking now over drinks in the event space. We'll still have our zones there if you'd like to talk to particular people. On behalf of the organisers, I'd like to thank the audiovisual team who are down at the bottom of the room and the venue, and to say a big thank you again to Glasgow Chamber of Commerce for convening the Congress of Business. We look forward to doing it again next year. Thank you very much for being here. Please enjoy the networking now.